I lost a bunch of footage where I had this thing pretty much a complete motor, and took the timing chain cover off, took the distributor out, took the intake off, took the heads off, undid all the bolts. They weren't super hard. Used a breaker bar on some of the exhaust manifold bolts. They come right off. The cam is still in it. The pistons are still in it. The oil pump, I took the oil pump off and put the pan back on just to keep things out of it. But we're gonna get started with a rebuild of taking the pistons out, checking my cylinder walls and checking that stuff. And we're gonna do valve lapping, the valve lapping compound, and to grind the seats down a little bit. I did take the lifters out also, and they come up right out real easy. They nothing binding or anything. They just slipped right on out. Okay, the head gaskets and the intake gaskets look good. There wasn't any leaks. They looked pretty good. Well, no blowed head gaskets or intake gaskets or anything like that. It's a relatively good motor so far. So we got to see what the cylinder walls look like. 351 Windsor. I run the numbers on it. There's the numbers right there. It's a D9AE-6015-ED. And then there's a space and then 10. And I ran those. I Googled it. And also there's some stuff online about this, about the exact number on this block. So apparently other blocks that have this exact number, it's just, but it doesn't mean it's the same, same exact block. As far as what it came in, that's lost through time. And I'll go ahead and take these out. 7/16, I think the ones on the end are a little bit bigger. You know it. You know how it goes. Like around here, these are a bigger size. I think they might be a 1/2 inch or something. But I'll go ahead and get all those bolts out and I'll get back with you. Here's one of the bigger size, like a 1/2 inch. So they're a little bit bigger bolt. But the rest of them are 7/16. Oh yeah, I noticed the freeze out plugs. They seem to look pretty good. This one's got a little bit of something on it, a little bit of rust or something, but I don't know if that's a leak or not. It could just be water where it sat on it. But the freeze out plugs on this side are perfect. They're still blue. So I'm going to assume it's not, they're not too bad. Since I'm doing a budget rebuild, I'm probably not going to change them out. Okay. Yeah, typical normal thing. Got the gasket. I got to get the gasket off. I'll clean this up and straighten it up though. So I'm going to take my bearing caps off from my crank. There we are. Thankfully, all these are numbered facing forwards to the front of the motor. There's your 1, 2, 3, 4. The last one, your 5th one. And once you break them loose, they come out real easy. Ooh. I did go ahead and take the rocker arms off, and I kind of got them numbered the way they come off. Well, I don't kind of, I do. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's kind of like the way I'm counting the pistons, from the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And, for forward, I'm going to work from front to back. Here's number 1. This motor was good and tight. That can't be a bad thing. Not excessively tight where I'm breaking things, but definitely good and tight is always a plus. I know another good thing, once you bust that initial tightness, they just come off. I guess there's just so much lubricant in there. and it's probably a good sign in some ways. Okay, there's the number one piston. Okay, this is, okay, there's that all. Okay. Oh, wow. The crank looks perfect. The number one does anyway. The bearings look pretty darn good. Chamfered edge, you know, the angled corner goes on the outside edge of a rod journal, or rod journal pair on the same rod journal. Chamfered edge goes on the outside. I went ahead and put a couple of pieces of little rubber on there so I don't damage the crank or anything. You know, the facing of the journal, because it looks pretty immaculate to me. It should be on its way out soon. Slowly but surely. It's already out. Unless it's catching on a ring or something. Kind of pop it with something. Get to go the rest of the way. Well, the piston come out, and guess what happened? It pounded up against the floor, and I don't think I damaged it. This seems to work really good. The in-play backwards and forwards. Surprisingly, I didn't do no damage. That's the number one. Now I'm going to go to the number 5 and take it out. And I'm going to make sure I put the chamfered side on one side and take these little rubber things back off. Reuse them on the next one. Here we are. It came out. Everything's good on it. No damage on the pistons. And I'll put the chamfered edge with the chamfered edge on the rod and put this sucker in order. That way we know which is which, although it's probably numbered anyway. Well, I don't know. It's not numbered. Not that I know of. But we know it's the number one piston, so that's how we're going to put it. That's the order. Okay, looking at the bearings on here. I say a little bit of like a brassy color on the corner here. On the chamfered edge. A little bit right there. Towards the top, the top of it. So, wow, other than that, it looks like a brand new bearing. Okay, now I'm going to do the number 5. You break them loose and they come right off. I think I want to catch this one. Should come any second. There it goes. Alright, had a buddy to catch it for me. That's awesome. They inspect them, for damage, gouges, cracks, all that good stuff. So far, pretty good though. Wrist pins are working. Everything is great on them so far. It's almost like a brand new motor. And the bearings are looking immaculate so far. No major damage, nothing out of the norm. When you turn the crank, it frees you up so you can get your pistons out easier. So, unfortunately, I couldn't find my bolt, but I got a big pair of pliers. And so I'm using that to turn my crank. It's advantageous to turn the crank to help you get the pistons out, because sometimes you get a little narrow on one side and the piston doesn't want to come out right. Okay, we got all the pistons out. Now I'm gonna take the cam out and the crank out. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take my cam out while I got it right side up. And looks like 7/16 bolts here. Good thing about these older motors, yeah, it's actually not a 69, it's a 79. It's just, I hadn't worked on it in a while, and my memory's not what it used to be, I guess. But, yep, definitely not a 69. Running the codes on it and Googling it. October the 10th, 1979 is when this motor was made. And then as far as what it came out of, that's lost. Lost to obscurity forever. Even Ford Motor Company can't tell me what it was in. Good thing about this, it says back and bottom on it. You can tell this goes on the back, and this is the bottom. And you can tell it was like that, so that helps. Okay, I put a gear puller on for the gear on the lower crank. I'm sure it'll come off real easy, but just your typical gear puller. I can't get behind the back one, so I'll just, it's actually coming off pretty easy. Probably come off by itself now. A little lube always helps. Almost. I think it's off. And it is. Well, you know. But the arrow is pointing towards the front of the motor. You got your 1, 2, 3, 4. And I guess this right here, it's not numbered 5, but it still has an arrow on it pointing this way, so that helps. I'll go ahead and do the back ones. They're coming. Once you break them loose, you use your fingers. But that initial torque, it's the hard part. Once you got to break it loose. Once you hear that pop, it's all good. As long as it's the pop of the bolt breaking loose and not your socket. Okay, see, once you pop it loose, use your fingers. Ain't that wild? And I'm going to take them off in order, line them down somewhere, and where I won't mess the order up. This crank overall, really good shape. Yeah, the bearings looked real good on this thing. I mean, none of that kind of like a brassy color or anything coming through. They look really good. Wow, even the main, oh wow, looks good. Don't look bad at all. You see you got a groove in this bearing. I can definitely see where oil is coming through. This is number 1. And I kind of tapped it with a rubber mallet. And it popped right loose. You can't mix them up, but I'm going to go ahead and stack them anyway. Don't take much. Just a little tap to break things loose. Come right up. That's number 2. And it's got the little arrow pointing towards the front. Okay. That's a little different setup. Where's that a little bit? The number 4 is coming out, so I'll go ahead and get it. This is got the thrust bearing on it. It's a little tighter. Keep the crank from going this way and that way. Great shape, I think. Now notice here on the ends, that 2-part seal configuration, this is actually not wrong the way this is. These older motors were bad for leaking real bad, and so they would put the Permatex advantageously to keep it from leaking. Okay. This actually countersunk down a little bit. This little cap thing here. That's wild. You know, it's not level with the block here. It actually goes down about, probably about 1/8 of an inch. I'll look into that. I know it's a 2-part seal. Yeah, this rear main seal caps can be a little cantankerous. There we are. Woo. That rear main bearing looks excellent. This thing's in good shape, man. Wouldn't doubt if it's had the new bearings put on not too long ago. Well, went ahead and took the crank out. I think this thing's had a new set of bearings in it. I really do. The bearings look really good. But yeah, there's some scoring. You can definitely see some streaks from scoring. Yeah, you can see a little scoring. I happened to find a bolt that fit right here on the end of this cam. Oh, it's kind of like it's wanting to stick to something. Oh, there it goes. I don't know if the cam bearings are bad. I'd love to be able to reuse them if I thought I could. This looks like a new cam, even. This motor is not bad at all. A little bit of scratching, I guess you could say. But not nothing super bad. Everything's good on this. Even the cam. Well, I think I am going to go ahead and install the cam bearings. Got my pan below me. That blue plastic, I couldn't peel it off, so I'm just going to leave it on there. No biggie to me. And it's got a little crosshatch pattern. That's got a crosshatch pattern. That's got a crosshatch. That's got a crosshatch pattern. That's got a crosshatch pattern. They all have a crosshatch pattern, which means this motor has been rebuilt before. Take a little bit of the fun out of what I was going to do. Really don't even need what I'm going to do. Especially the rings. I'm putting the chrome moly rings. They say that's better not to have deep scratches anyway. I'm seriously thinking about just throwing some new rings in there and seeing what they're going to do. I mean, it was good before. Obviously, somebody rebuilt it before. The rear main seal was changed from a 2-piece to a 1-piece. I got the 2-piece. Mine's a 1975. Okay, applications. I don't know what mine came in. You know, I just bought the motor by itself. No brackets or anything for it. 69 to 74 Ford Galaxy. 69 to 70 Ford Mustang. 69 to 71 Mercury Cougar. So I got a 79. So mine could be a Ford Country Squire. Not a Ford Torino, not a Ford Elite, not a Brickland. Could be a Ford LTD. Big, full-size vehicle is what they said. Pretty much everything that's full-size. Could be a Ford Bronco, Ford Thunderbird, Ford LTD, Ford E-Series, Ford Crown Victoria, Ford LTD, Americas, Ford Bronco. Could be a Ford Thunderbird, Ford LTD. They all had different brackets. It makes it kind of hard. Okay. 77 Mercury Cougar. Let's see. It could be. Wow. Could be a Mercury Marquis. So it's one of those, whatever it is. A signifies full-size Ford car applications. The D9 indicates 79 design. Here's a casting breakdown for mine motor. The decades, the D stands for the 70s. Mine is a D9AE dash, or there's like a 10 in there too. Okay. 10 is for the 10th day of October is how they got it. So C015 part for engine block. D9A full passenger car. Basically, the A, I guess, stands for a full Ford passenger car, specifically full size. So it's one of the big vehicles. Ford Galaxy, Ford Marquis. Could be the one they had in the old cop cars, or the Ford Crown Victoria. You can see they've got the crosshatch pattern on there already. And you can see they're all right. Someone else has been in this motor and rebuilt it. Even the bearings for the crank look really good. I could have just went with I'm going to go ahead and change cam bearings out because I did scratch them a little bit when I was pulling my cam out, I guess. So I'm going to go ahead and change those out. It's probably been rebuilt. I get what I'm getting as a few years. It probably ran for a few years after he rebuilt it. But other than that, everything looks good. Now, the valves looked a little bit rough. Kind of. We'll go ahead and clean the cylinder walls out. It's been a while for them. I'll get in here and clean them out. And definitely had some oil in it. Basically, I'm going to do all the cylinders this way and make him till he's spotless. So there's no lint off these things anywhere, or little strings off of it or anything. I've also got like a Brillo pad here, and I'm just going to scrub this, with a very light abrasive to clean this head area off. Get some of this rust off of there. Looks pretty good anyway. I don't see anything rough. Definitely don't want to use nothing too abrasive. I do want to get it off, make it look good and clean. I may think about what I gotta do. Don't want to do nothing to mess it up, but this brake parts cleaner stuff dries real quick. Stuff like PV blaster leaves a little bit of an oil residue on there. I guess WD-40 maybe does too. But this works for getting all this rust and shit stuff off. And I sprayed the brake parts cleaner down in here and stuff like that. The brake parts cleaner, it dries real fast. So it's a good thing about using that. Get the surface off. And I'll lube them down real good, you know, before it's said and done. Maybe use a little bit of oil. You know, if we're putting the pistons in, I'll use a little oil in there. Okay, this also works good for like getting your gasket material off. There again, you want to be careful with it, but it does get it off real easy. You got your silicone and stuff down there. It comes right off. It's got to be easy with a razor blade so you don't put no deep gouges in it. Use some brake parts cleaner on that too. Get it to maybe straighten up a little bit. Maybe a little bit right there. Grab my Brillo pad, Scotch-Brite. Real soft. It's not going to hurt nothing. I got a little bit of my PB blaster. And I got me a microfiber cloth. And I'm going to just kind of go around the insides. I think kind of protecting it rust a little bit, I guess, maybe. And it's kind of a lot of oil. I might probably just clean with it, I guess. Get any dirt and residue out of there also. Possible I may reuse these main bearings if my other ones don't match up for some reason. So what I'll do is I'll snap it back in. I was going to start with the back one first. So we get number, this is number, this got two separate ones. Cap in the back of the motor because it's, I don't have a stand. I like a motor, I got an engine stand, but not one of those engine like where it's laying down where you can get to everything. I don't have one of those. But the good thing is these are numbered, so it should be accurate. All I've got is the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I got the 5 bearings, but behind the 5th one is a bearing cap. You know, to keep oil from spilling out all over the ground and everything. There you go. And it's oil galleys and stuff. All taken care of in the back. Got that ahead of time. I'm gonna save those. I'm gonna save my main bearings too, because they're not bad. I mean, you can tell by looking at them. I mean, you got oil that drip down, of course. Other than that, they're not really bad at all. Yep, number 0 right up front here is the one that's got the 2 holes. Think for more oil. I've seen some things on YouTube about cleaning some of these gasket surfaces, and they may even be better than what I've been trying, like the old sanding, taking metal off. I don't like that idea a lot, because if your heads weren't bad, you're going to make them bad. As far as a block, you know, I can I'll put some of this stuff on there and let it work on it for a little while. It's just this is what it is. It's car parts cleaner, and it's a strong enough of a thing that it should get the job nicely. And I'm not going to be super messy with it. Just coat it up here and let's see what it does. This is just where we're going to have 2 mating surfaces together. Probably alright anyway, but just to be safe. You know, people are using oven cleaner and stuff like that for cleaning the motor, so. And I think I've got one freeze plug that's been leaking. I'm going to go ahead and change one out, but the other ones aren't leaking. I'm going to leave them. So I've got one leaky freeze plug. There again, you know, they're having problems with leaky freeze plugs. You know, straight out of the box. And since I don't want that, I am not going to mess with that much if I can keep from it. I'm just, I mean, these gaskets probably hold good anyway on this good flat surface, but if I can make it pure metal without having a thin layer of, I guess, oil or WD-40, whatever it is you got on there. Probably going to be better off that way. And probably not more than, but I think they're saying about 15 minutes or something like that. And fibers off those rags, you use the wrong ones, you know, they'll create trouble too. So many little fibers and little things like that. And if you see them while you're working on your take them off, take it off. And that's what I'm going to do before I get this thing completely done. We get all those little fibers off of there, you know. And I'm occasionally finding here and there. We're going to let this sit about 15 minutes or so. See what we got here. Oh yeah, it is helping well. I'm still going to get a meal though, since I kind of, and I was saying, and the way it was coming off was not right. And they were good to begin with. So, in other words, maybe that so-called straight piece of porcelain that I was using, or ceramic, may not be as straight as it was supposed to be. So if anything, I'm just milling the heads a little bit, which a lot of people like to do. I guess I could do it again. And let it sit for a little bit longer until we come out with something really, really nice. Looking pretty darn good. Some of this stuff looks like, well, there is nothing on there that's going to come off with a straight edge, I don't think. So it's probably about good enough. Beats trying to shave a layer of metal off of it just to get them to try to true up and then not do it right, you know, and not be even. So this is what I got. Well, let it sit for about 10 to 15 minutes. I figured I'd give it a little extra something try the gasket material. Or I mean a Scotch-Brite pad. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. Maybe it'll help. Pretty much just a little discoloration. That don't bother me. At least I'm not into running the metal, you know, with this stuff, so that helps. Okay, it looks pretty good. Probably give it an extra cleaning with WD-40 or something. Okay, it's been sitting for a few minutes. And it's getting a lot off, of course. It wasn't too clean to begin with, so it's going to get a lot off of there. Don't scratch anything. Make it where it can't ever seal again. But I just remember all the times I've put gaskets on in vehicles, I've never went through the cleaning process as much as this to put them on, you know what I mean? I just made sure it was free of debris and put my Permatex on there, you know, for the gasket and let it go. You know, maybe put a little bit on both sides of the gasket and let it go. Don't want to put no claw marks in this. I'm going to be kind of like straight with it. And there is some old gasket material on there. Not a bad idea to go ahead and get that stuff off there. And if it gives you a hard time, I'm going to use that carb cleaner, because it's made for carburetor gaskets. You know how hard them suckers can be to scrape off even with a razor blade. Took off as much of that gasket as I could around there, and I got more of my carburetor parts cleaner, and I'm just going to put some of that stuff on there and see what kind of good stuff happens. I don't think it can hurt it too bad. You know, it hurts some things like aluminum and pop metal and all that junk. So, who knows? Right here around these like water ports or whatever. Unless I'm missing some stuff, that's quite possible too. I'll figure it out. Most of that gas, I mean, I still see remnants of gasket material on there that I couldn't seem to get off for whatever reason. But this is supposed to take care of that. A lot of times when scraping these gasket materials off with a straight edge razor, sometimes you can hit it like at the right angle and you can get up under it. But it, you know, you may be going like at a 45-degree angle or something, not straight out. And then you get a bite under it, whatever it takes to get a bite under it, you know, without scraping your block and all that junk. But it seems like it helps to, you know, kind of hit it at the right angle, and it comes right off. Okay, I'm going to put some of this stuff on the on my deck. I mean, it's scraped off. Anything I could scrape off, there's no gasket material on there. The heads look great on this. I mean, I shouldn't have ground that one down, but you can see where this ought to clean them up nicely. In between the cylinders looks great. You don't see, you know, like where I had a blowed head gasket. And I don't plan on running it hard. I'm sure a lot of guys say that, but yeah, I don't plan on running it too hard. You know, I just want it to stay together. That's all I want. High quality, you know, as good as I can. Yeah, all this grinding the head and shaving it with sandpaper, I don't know if it's true. Don't make it untrue, you know, as far as straightness, you know. But since I tried on that one head, I'm probably gonna mill them both. And here again, I'll let this sit, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes or so. Give it a good time to clean this stuff up around the, you know, around all the ports and everything. Let it sit in there and give it one last good scrub it up dub, and it should be fine. Hey, sure are. Now we're good. Now we're going to let that set for a little while and let it eat into that stuff. Okay, got me a good brand new Scotch-Brite, and I'll try to help some of this stuff. Looks like it wants to come off. I think these come out sometimes. I don't know. I'll leave it. I'll work around it. I think I can just pop them out with a pair of pliers or something. There's the other side. They got theirs too. Okay. I won't lose them. That's for sure. I got one out right here. We'll pop it back in. Oh yeah, it's working. Just gotta work with it a little bit. Yeah, it's getting it off. Good enough where I'm gonna have to like try to shave off a layer of metal, you know, just to get it to. I mean, from having this hard time of removing it by scrubbing it and putting all these chemicals on it and stuff, it ain't gonna go with just a good gasket on the top with pressure clamped down real good. I don't think it'll go out, but we'll do the best we can. Yeah, it's coming off anyway. Some of it is anyway. As long as my engine stand holds out, we're good. If that goes out, we're done. I'll just get another engine stand and hopefully it doesn't tear the motor up. That is pathetic, man. So part of the weld's broke. This is barely hanging. When I turn it over, it flops. We don't really, I'm afraid it's going to break on me. That is poor quality for a dadgum. And it's rated for more pounds than what this motor is, I know that. I made sure of that when I bought it. I think it used to say it on it, or it does, or something. One of those Harbor Freight ones. But I use Harbor Freight a lot. I was just there today. Yeah, it's coming off. Keep working here. Okay, I'm going to start from the back to the front, putting my cam bearings in. So I'm going to get the other ones, and when I get to this one, I'll show it to you because it's a lot easier. Yeah, I mean, with the angles and everything, it's a lot easier to see it. I'm thought I'll show you a little bit on the last one because, yeah, that way I'm using, you know, that little cone thing and all that good stuff. Well, this is part of my kit. Let me beam out a little bit. You can kind of get an idea of what it looks like. It's got two rods that screw together. This one's too big, it won't even fit through the hole. The idea is, see the metal, see how it extends past the rubber just a little bit? That's supposed to catch your cam bearing and push it out or bang one back in. So then these rods, you just screw them together and that's what you pound with. They got even different sizes of these, but this is perfect for us. I'm going to take this one off. That's way too little. And I think you just, yeah, see how it screws off? I'll just show you the whole thing. Whoop. Okay, this come off. This little piece come off. Of course, it was on there. Okay. Gotta unscrew this out. Well, as of right now, it is too little. It still goes through the bearing, but I know I can screw this nut in and it should expand it. You know what I'm saying? And the good thing is I don't need that extension right there. I guess that's for those real long, big old blocks, you know. But then you just screw it together. If anything, I can expand it more, maybe. Tighten everything up. Yeah. I'll probably do it by hand even. And what it does is it swells that rubber out, swells the metal out too, where it'll catch that seal, or I mean bearing, pop it out. Okay, I could probably pop it out right now. The only thing is, I don't know if I want to. Let's see. I'm gonna work back and work my way forwards, I think. So what I'll do is I'll shrink it back down. Okay. Now, let's see, that's what it's like without being torqued. Let's see what it does. Look at that. Goes to the first one. I can even replace them. Pop one out, put another one back in. Pop one out, put another one back in. I'm going to start with 3 because on these bearings, some are like number 1. On this one, the first one is 0. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they got the number, the first one is 0. I don't think they all do that. I think some go 1. You know that little nut on the end that you spin? I guess you could get even a wrench or something on it if you needed to. Well, you can see it a little bit. There. I'm doing is tightening up where those metal things that swell out when the rubber expands. I'm gonna have to get a wrench on that sucker. A little bolt on the end. I got a 22 millimeter to go on it, and that's what I'm going to use to tighten it up, because I can't get it with my hand anymore for some odd reason. I basically can just hold that there and spin it. I'm going to do it like this. That works. Oh, it's also good to have that little cone. When this on the end, it kind of helps center everything. Cone on there, I mean, it's there for a reason, because you want to center everything to the best of your abilities. Slide my cone on. Kind of helps center everything. Get this to go back on. Now I can thread it back through again. This time we mean business. Bearings look pretty good on this side, but on the side where the cam is actually laying, the bottom is a little bit more wear. And I'm sure that's pretty much always the case. Now, you want to tighten, okay? So, we got a good thing going, we're going to keep it. We don't need moths, come on moth. Wrong time of year for you. See that rubber, you can kind of let that lay on the bearing, it's not going to hurt it. And you want to go and kind of get an idea. Okay, that's it. That's pretty much it right there. Talk about clearances. Yeah, you want to. That's pretty tight. I mean, back off just a hair. Okay, tighten back up. A wrench would be good if you got one of those, wrenches that you can just sit there and crank and it tightens and loosens. Oh, that would be perfect. Okay, it's in the journal. I mean, it's in the hole. So, this comes out. Oh my God, look at that. When you put the cone in, it straightens everything out. That is awesome. So I'm going to work back, work forwards. I have a hammer. Everything's decently tight. Not super tight, but tight enough to push that bearing out. Now, look at that. It's coming out. And it's not really the rubber grabbing it, it's that metal. It's stretched out far enough that it's pushing out, no problem. Well, you gotta make sure that cone's in there so you get a good direct hit. There she goes. And so that's the old bearing. Not bad at all. I could have not put bearings on it and put it back together and it ran fine. But now, all we gotta do is worry about that hole and making sure this part right here lines up, which is not gonna be hard. We don't wanna go too far or not far enough. Okay, now I'm going to get my 0, 1, 2, 3, my number 3 new bearing. Okay, that's the number 1. Which is actually number 2 because they're going from 0. And you can barely make it out, but it's on there. And we've got 0, 1, 2, 3. And I'm going 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. Should be this last one right here. Should have a 3 on it. And look at that. It's got a little. Look at that. I don't know if you can see it. It's got like a little 3 on there. Yeah, you can see it. And which is actually the 4th, because they're starting from 0, not 1. Yeah, we can loosen it now. Just had to work it a little bit. Now we're going back out. Get on the rubber, that's always good. And I'm going to clean that journal off before I put another one back in it. I mean, these things are good. These are those shop towels from, was it Scott? I think that's the brand. I mean, I hadn't had no trouble with them leaving fibers, and I have everything else, you know. And as far as putting lube in there, I don't think you have to, but I do think the lube gets there anyway. That goes for all the bearings. I'm thinking all the bearings get that. When they spin a bearing, that means no oil flow, and it just kind of roughs out, I guess. I don't know the right word, but basically no oil between the crank and the bearing, and the oil is what keeps everything lubed, and it kind of rides on it. And I want that bearing kind of centered right in there. I don't think it matters if it goes this way or that way or anything like that, you know. I don't think that matters. You want to be easy with it. You don't want to scratch it up, that's for sure. I gotta get that ratchet back on there, because that bearing's dancing all over the place, getting scratched up and shit. Not worried so much about the outside, that's for sure. There it is. I'm going to make sure the hole lines up with that galley. Okay, that should be pretty good up there. Okay. Now we're going to pop it back in. And it's going. It is going. The main thing is that's right here in the middle, so the oil can get in. Probably doesn't hurt to have another guy to kind of tell you when it lines up, but you'll be able to see it because it'll be a clear hole all the way through. It's starting to cover it. Just now starting. It's already like half moon. There you are. perfect. I'm going to visually inspect it. Make sure it's not crooked or anything. Perfect as it can get. Okay, we got that one done. But if you look down in there, the hole that's on the bearing at that slot, this slot right here that's on the bearing, the small hole at the very, very bottom, that's the only one that goes all the way through, and it's got to be fed up to that slot, which it will, and it'll keep that bearing lubed. And it's in there perfect as perfect can be. See, there again, I'm going to have to borrow. I'm going to go ahead and put this bearing back in its place. Some people do lube the bottoms of them. I don't know how necessary that is, but I don't know. It can't hurt, I guess. Put a little bit of lube down in there. I'm not sure if I'm going to use them. I'm going to do the rest of them that way, and I'll see you when I get done. I'm taking the thrust bearing out. I may reuse them, I may not. I don't know. They're in pretty good shape. But I take the thrust bearing out so I can see my hole. And it's same with all the other bearings. You know, you just and the big hole doesn't go all the way through. It's just it just holds oil. That's all that does. So. I'm careful as I can with this. You know. There we are. That's a little bit tight. Scarily tight, actually. Okay. Okay. But we want to make sure we get our bearings lined up. That's about as good as that's going to get. That's pretty good. Something to that. You know, just a hair. Yeah, about right there, yeah. Should go just fine. We're going with that. Well, on this last one, it'll be a lot easier to line the holes up. For sure. And I really don't even have to be inside the block or anything to get started. We're going to make sure you're over the bearing. Size that up, see what that's like. My goal is to line those two holes up as good as I humanly can. Good thing is I can eyeball it right here. Okay. Right in the middle. Right in the middle. Okay. As good as that's ever going to be. It's going, by George. Okay. Main thing is it gets in there. That's the main thing. Deadly close. I know I'm a little off. I'd rather do it this way. Than to, you know, screw it up somehow. Oh yeah, that's good. Oh. A little bit more. I don't even have to look through the top. I can just look right here. Yeah, right. There should be right on the money. We're so close. It's not gonna matter. That's good enough for me. That's as good as it's gonna get. So, both in there good. Holes match up. Tapped it in. Everything's good. I can see it from the outside. I'm good to go. It didn't have a blowed head gasket or anything, but I just want to make sure the deck of my block and the bottom of my heads are good and ready to accept the gasket. So I couldn't find the adhesive 400 grit sandpaper that everybody uses on YouTube, but I'm gonna try adhesive. So I've got some adhesive here. I don't put a lot, but I'll put a little. Right here in the corners, in the middle. Then let that set up for a little while. Okay, it's getting a little tacky. It's already ready. Okay, we got some right here. This ought to be just fine. Make sure it's 400 grit. And about the length of sandpaper. I mean, of a regular piece of notebook paper, which is going to be fine for us. On there. That's as good as you can get it, if you can. That's pretty good. And there's what we got. I got some duct tape. In this case, it's that black stuff. Supposed to be pretty stout. And I'll put it just over the corner here, where it's still on there, you know. Put it right there. As long as I got a good surface to work with, you know. Good and clean and stuff like that with nothing on it. So it's the best way I know how to do it. So here again, if you see any gasket material, you probably can't see it too good. Go ahead and use your straight edge razor and just get it off. A lot of it will come off with the sandpaper, of course. But you just make sure it's sliding true and not, you know, crooked or anything weird like that. You just let it run across. Use a pipe cleaner if you need to. Again, clean those ports out. I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of this on here. Now, these are oil galleyways right here. Yeah. You got a little Scotch-Brite if you want to use it. You want to use it to help you, not hurt you in any way. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm supposed to go backwards and forwards, up and down, sideways. Piece, but it'll get the job done. Up and down is good. Side to side. What I'm probably going to do here is, I notice the corners, the outside corners, my lighting is super bad. But yeah, my outside corners are like, they're better than the inside part. The outside, about half of a piston in, or more than a half. It just seems like it's better on the ends. In fact, I know it is than it is in the center. So something's not true. Maybe my porcelain that's supposed to be good and straight isn't straight. But I'm going to get it machined and I'll let them do it and do it right. You know, take it to a machine shop. And yeah, I'd rather do that than all this other trouble that's coming around. What I've got here is a valve spring compressor. I wanted to use the other kind, but I don't have a bolt that fits for my motor. So this is the other options they have. Looks a lot like a gear puller a little bit. But basically these go in and out. And for my application, I pretty much about bottomed it out, you know, for my 351 Windsor here. Okay, so let's get a good bite under the springs. Yeah, it's pushing it down anyway without this mechanism right here. But got this little thing right here that goes in and basically just keep it from spinning. As you can see, it pushes down. Gotta hold it in place so it don't turn on you. You can see how it's pushing this stuff down. You probably put like a wrench on the end of it or something, might be quicker. It's even got room for like, looks like a ½ inch up top or something. Okay, there's like a valve spring holder right there, and I tapped it down, and I'll show you again on the next one. And I guess you can just get a magnet or something. Should be able to pop these things out. Some of them are kind of sticking. So there you go. These are the valve springs I got. They're kind of like double. Got like a spring on the inside too. And I guess that's just the way they are. Just pull, and of course I can undo that, and that's some neat stuff there. There's like a little spring on there for the valve spring retainer. Then of course the valve can come out now and all that stuff. To get down as far as we can on the valve springs. And that's pretty good right there. Then tighten this down. Basically these little boogers right here push down on this seat, or I don't know, the top. And you just compress the valve spring down, Supposed to get down as far as you can. That's about as far as I can get on these springs. Put some tape on this metal rod right here. It was kept sliding out. Then we rotate it with. Okay. And I think it's done the same thing. That one's out, but. Okay. And the goal is, gotta put something under there kind of soft. Kind of keep that valve up. I can see the valve right here. Yeah, it was stuck up like this, and I couldn't find out why the retainer wouldn't drop down. So I just tapped it with my hammer, and it popped down. It broke loose. Keep doing it as much as you can. Oh wow. Yeah, they should already be able to come out. Let's see. Yeah, oh yeah. Got one of them. It don't take much. I wonder how many more are like that. Okay, this rides on top of it. That one's a good one. So this one's cracked. Oh God, this one's cracked too. And then again, I don't know how serious it is, because the middle part, there's a sleeve in there that the valves ride on, and that's perfect. That's fine. So I don't know how perfect it's supposed to be, but I may look into it. Now, also kind of like keeping remembrance, the valves look really good though. Despite all the carbon, they look really good. I'm gonna keep going and see if we got any more bad damage. And I did get these heads milled, so they're in fine shape as far as the bottom. As far as the bottom being true, plus you have to tip the heads over. That's not good on the heads. And I do all this crazy stuff. You gotta put something under there. All I've got is a rag. Something to help. Yeah, there we go. See how it broke loose? Here we go. You can actually push down a little bit. Seems like it helps a lot. Sometimes this stuff, it's just sticking. That's what's taking so long, is it's just sticking. And it just pops off. All this pops off. Oh, that one's cracked too. They're all cracked. I don't know. I don't know how serious it is, to be honest with you. Here's what I mean by cracking. See, they're cracking. Right there. You can see that's cracking. That one's got a crack. It's got a crack. Okay, there's my old valves. I'm probably gonna do one head at a time. You know, keep things not so complicated. And once I get this one done, then we'll go to the next one. Just wanted to make sure my passageways were good and clean, you know, for my valves. Got a good piece of cardboard it's sitting on. Get some of this stuff cleaned out good. What I'm going to be doing is resurfacing these seat areas. On these model, they didn't have the valve seats for the valves yet. They have what's called induction hardening, which was the next best thing before they actually started putting valve seats in them. When they started doing away with the unleaded gas and all that stuff. I guess the gas we got now kind of eats the metal up real bad, which is, I think, one of the reasons they went to valve seats. This is for the new line of gas. But I think it started like 1979 or 1980. They started putting the actual valve seats in or something. This is a 79, but before they started putting the valve seats, they started doing what's called nitriding. I guess it's the induction hardening process where the metal is actually stronger around the valves. I don't know if it's around both of them or the exhaust or the intake, but yeah, that's, you can Google it and it explains a lot of that stuff. Okay, I'm looking at this, and nitriding is a heat treating process that diffuses nitrogen into the surface of metal, typically steel, at low temperatures, creating a hard, wear-resistant case. It enhances surface hardness, fatigue strength, and corrosion resistance while minimizing distortion. Main types include gas, plasma, and salt bath nitriding. Commonly used for automotive gears, camshaft, and machinery parts. Okay, and it goes on. The primary goal of nitriding is to improve the surface properties of ferrous materials without causing distortion, which is common in high temperature hardening techniques. Increased hardness, achieves high surface hardness. Wear resistance, enhances resistance to abrasive wear, scuffing, fatigue. Corrosion resistance, improves resistance to corrosion. It is a thermochemical case hardening process that introduces atomic nitrogen into the steel surface. Okay. The nitrogen forms compounds with elements like iron, chromium, and aluminum, forming a hardened surface layer. Diffusion. Okay, cooling. Well, what kind is used in the automotive is beyond me. Material limitations. Yeah, they use it in aerospace. Gears, crankshafts, camshafts, engine valves. There you go. As you can tell, these heads have been surfaced. I had them milled. Yeah, they did a fine job. They look messy right now because of all the WD-40 and everything. But yeah, they're excellent shape. They did a great job on it. I'm gonna get what I can, just like right in here. The valves definitely got their carbon and stuff. And I'm just gonna clean it up as good as I can, and make sure they seat good and call it good. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on there, but it'll come right off. Look. Let that sit for a little while. Okay, I make sure my shaft is good and lubed, and it's got like a suction cup thing on it, and just kind of, it'll stay there. I think they've got finer grit that you can use, but I googled this stuff. It's from Permatex. And it starts out at 220 and works its way on down. The more you go, the more it starts to get finer. In other words, you can use this, and you start out kind of rough, and then it gets finer as you go. I thought that was neat. And it don't take much, and definitely don't want to get anywhere I don't want to get. But yeah, I may get like around here. That's pretty wild stuff. Kind of works its way down. That's pretty good. A little goes a long way, I'm sure. And from what I've seen people do, basically, some people use a drill bit You know, there's all kinds of things you can do here. Let's see what it looks like so far. Oh yeah. Already doing something. Yeah, it's doing its thing. Gotta do it more than that. I'd rather use my hand than use a drill. I've heard that's better that way. But you can see it's starting to work. It's starting to get in there. And it's also working on the seat too. And you know, they kind of look pretty good to begin with, I thought. But what do I know? But just keep. And you get right in the middle. It's got a really good suction cup on it. And it don't take much at all. You just kind of see what it looks like. Oh yeah, it's looking a lot better. Well, you kind of get the idea here. And they say with the nitriding thing with induction hardening that you've only got like, I've heard different things. I've heard 1 time is all you've got. I've heard different things like that. Like you can do this process only like 1 time because of the, I guess the induction hardening or nitriding that they did to make the metal stronger. You know, just before they started coming out with the valve seats, of course. And looking pretty good. Call it good on that one. But I'm going to do all the valves that way, and then we're going to put the springs on. I'll show you how that goes. You can feel that grit actually go down a little bit. I mean, you can feel it get finer and finer is what I'm getting at. Well, I'm going to try using my drill because it'd be a lot faster. Okay, what I've got is a piece of rubber hose on the end of a drill, and there's enough on there to go onto the back of the valve, and it's just about the right tightness. So we'll try this and see how it works. Well, you want the slowest setting. Okay. No, it's not that one. Okay, it's this one. Okay. Okay, then maybe the other way for a little while. Oh yeah, a lot faster. Clean that up real good and see what it looks like. That's looking pretty good to me. All the way around, it's pretty uniform. Oh, what about? Oh yeah, that looks good down there too. Just got to clean it up a little bit. Well, I'll keep doing those, and I'll get back with you when I'm done with this part of it. You know, doing the grinding the valve seats. Well, I think they look pretty good. Still need a little cleaning up, of course. But yeah, they're gonna seat good. Valves look good too. I mean, it was kind of a good motor to begin with, really. So, yeah, he's going to seat nice. He's a little cleaning up, of course. Okay, I'm wiping down the milled surface. As you can imagine, we got WD-40 and all that on it. Got some microfiber towels. Clean all this off real good. Clean up all the valve seats real good. Get all that junk out of there. Clean this stuff off real good so that it gets a good seat and everything. And I'm going to put all the valves in first. Maybe throw some good lube on there. We've got a little assembly lube. Put some along the valve stem. Makes for easier installation. And it's good for like initial startups too. So. There you go. I'm going to lay something under the valves to keep the valves up where they don't drop down. And I'll show you what we do next. Okay, I'm going to attempt to put some stuff on this to keep the valves up. And basically I got one sheet of paper towel. And I've been folding it up. And I might try to use one for both of them. Go this way with it. That's an extra big piece, and that works. Won't be on there long, just long enough to put the stem seals and the springs on and everything. It's a thin, you can see through it. It's not traditional masking tape, let's put it that way. So we go around to here like this, and we got this, and it's going out like this. Okay, and it's still coming off. You gotta give it time to break loose. Okay. Okay. I'll just generally hold. It probably won't even generally hold, but so I'm going to keep doing that, and then I'm going to lay it on its top. And that paper towels are going to push up on the bottom of the valves, so they don't sink in when I'm trying to do the valve. Well, I'll put a little extra to hold it, and I'm just going to drop it back down. Not sitting all the way on the bottom, but that's good. That means it's pushing up, so I'm good with it. So yeah, I installed the valves, put some lube on them. Use some Lucas oil lube on the valves. Always helps, you know, especially on startup. And the motor's probably going to be sitting a while before it ever gets put together. So this is probably a good thing. And all I know is the new ones are much bigger than these old ones, and they're just one solid piece of rubber. And I've also run into differences. This is more barrel shaped outwardly, and this one's more inwardly shaped. One's exhaust and one's intake. I'll have to look at the other head and get an idea which is which. The exhaust manifolds get the big ones. And then see how it's barrel shaped, and this one isn't, it's flat. You can see it, slightly different design there. And this comes out on these, and this doesn't have one. But since I'm using aftermarket cam and I'm using the valve springs and retainers and everything that go with that cam, I'm just going to not even worry about all this. Basically just start putting the valve springs on and all the other good stuff. Okay, you can see I already put the valve stem seals on. They just kind of like to slip down on the end there. Apparently that can mean the difference between how much oil consumption you got and power loss and everything else. Well, I'm naturally assuming, you know, the inner spring, it's down lower to the bottom on one side as to the next, and it's the way they put them in the box too. So I assume the lower spring where it gets closer to the bottom is probably supposed to be on the bottom. So there we go with that. Now, according to what I've got, I just put the retainer clip up top and then the little valve locks, and we're good to go. That simple. And this is compatible with the cam that I'm using. Okay, then I've got these retainers, and that's all they are. They're all the same thing. All the springs are the same, all the retainers are the same. It's a lot different than like on just a regular, you know, stock setup. And then we just put our locks in and we're good to go. That's what I gather. Well, I had to use the edge of my vise to get that in. I mean, it's extremely tight fit. It's still a little bit out. I think I can get it with a pair of pliers or something. But yeah, or a pair of vice grips or something. But yeah, they don't want to just snap in. They're kind of a tight fit. It's probably made that way on purpose. I wouldn't doubt it. Got my valve spring compressor tool again, and I'm compressing the spring so I can put on the locks. Okay, I think that's down low enough. Okay, I got my two locks. Put on the other side as well. It's two-part. I put one part on, now the other part has got to go on the same way. Are they in? Let's see. They may not be in. I don't know. Let's find out. I probably didn't get down far enough. Oh darn. And they say you're supposed to tap it with a rubber mallet, and but I got to do them all that way. At the end we'll tap the top with a rubber mallet to make sure everything is kind of seated good. Give it a couple of taps, and I'm going to go on to the next one, and I'm going to do them all that way, then I'll get back with you. You can see I got the same trouble again with it, you know, not wanting to go all the way down. Thinking I might could be able to. It's always better to take it off, you know, of course, but what I've been doing is sticking them in a vise, you know, lubing the bottom of it real good. I mean, I guess it's supposed to have a tight clearance like that, but I'll go right around this base right here. A little bit of my assembly lube, get it real good. Get here and we'll rotate it a little, help it out. But bottom line is I'm going to use my vise, just the corner of it. Corner of my vise to get the side that's sticking out to go flush. And I tend to do it on this side because it seems like it would be more apt to, you know, maybe go in on this side. You know, the side that's a little bit more open. And that's where I'm putting on my pressure, and they're a tight fit. But I mean, I guess that's a good thing. So, well, a regular old needle nose did the trick, so I guess that's all I need. It will go in. You just have to kind of squeeze it with a pair of pliers, needle nose or something like that. Oh yeah, this part right here that goes on top of the retainer, or the retainer, had to bend them in a little bit because they was a little bit further out, and they slide off the sides. You know where it's a little bit rounded on the sides, kept sliding off, popping off. So it seemed to do the trick. Just you know, give it a couple of, just squeeze it in the vise a little bit, just to put a little bit of a squeeze on it. Seemed to help. Well, got my valves done on this head, and yeah, they come out pretty nice. Take this good old masking tape, comes off real easy. Come on for a minute. And there we are. Fresh set of heads ready to go on the motor. Well, I got a little bit of gung-ho doing my valve springs, because to break the cam in, you have to take the center spring out. Eventually, I could probably even use my stock springs that I had originally on it and, you know, break it in that way. Got a little gung-ho, forgot about breaking the cam in and having to, you know, use a lot of valve spring, you know, to break them in. Well, I got my cam here, I can at least put that in. Lube all this up real good. Be real liberal with it. Yep, super liberal with it. Guess I would make sure I get the gears real good, you know. Got like a screwdriver for guidance. Help you out a lot. Yeah, if you need it. Whoa. One more to make. Okay, I've got two different size dowel pins that came with this camshaft. The long dowel pin is for 72 and earlier with a one-piece fuel pump eccentric. Mine has got like a two-piece eccentric fuel pump. Mine is a 1979. It's definitely later than 72. The short dowel pin refers to 73 and later engines, which uses a two-piece fuel pump eccentric. Okay, the short dowel pin. Okay, 1979 requirement, because 1979 is considered a late model 351 Windsor. In this context, a shorter pin is generally the correct choice. The pin locates the timing gear. The length difference accounts for the thickness of the fuel pump eccentric. Okay. You don't want the eccentric getting in the way of a long pin. They should only be tapped in far enough to fully engage the timing gear while allowing the cam bolt to seat. Okay. If the wrong longer pin is used with a two-piece eccentric, the fuel pump eccentric will not be held securely, causing timing issues or engine noise. Okay. I use the short pin, in other words. Just slide right in like the other one did. There it is. I think it's bottomed out. Yeah, that's in. Well, the thrust bolt for the 351 Windsor is 9 to 12 is what it says. There we are. That easy. Okay, what I'm going to do, just in case these bearings are oversized or something, yeah, I mean, I can get a measurement, but I think everything's standard. But what I'm going to do is, they're in such good shape that if something did happen, I'm going to save them for now. Like if something with the bearings, like if the bearings aren't standard size or something, they're oversized, I'll throw them in a pinch and be happy with it. So, but that's basically what I'm going to do is just kind of like save them for now. Put them back in the way they come out. But I will install my good ones and make sure they fit with the crank. But I am going to save these old ones just in case, because I'm hurting for time. And the quicker I can get it together and it still be an okay motor, I'm going to take advantage of it. The old seal in the rear, it popped right out. Just tapped the screwdriver on one side and it just kind of worked its way around and come out. The groove that it fits in is on one side of the block, and I can tell they're for the bottom because they got the slots in them. And basically make sure the slot's in there. And there again, I've got the other ones for backup if I need them. I've got them, you know. And just push it in. That easy. Just make sure there's side with a slot, you know. And for those of you that like light oiling, you know, under the bearing, this has got it by kind of like by accident, so it's on there. You don't want no spun bearings, of course. Probably not going to oil or spin. I want to check my diameter to make sure I can use these bearings. Make sure the other ones aren't oversized. If the other ones are oversized, I'm just going to pop them back in and use them. Well, while I got it upside down like this, I got me microfiber rags, and I'm going to clean the cylinders out from underneath, make sure they're spotless. Yeah, there we are. Ooh. It's tight. Woo. Okay, without spinning, check some of my bearing clearances by using plastic gauge, and I'll show you that. And without moving the crank, I'm going to get me a piece of plastic gauge and put in there. Well, I did a little Googling, and it is on purpose that the bearing caps for the bottom of the crank don't have grooves. I mean, the thrust bearing I think does, but the other ones don't. The other set of bearings I had, the ones that were in it, did have that groove. You can kind of see a place, you know, where it rides on the bearings. You can't hardly feel it, but I guess that's stained from oil or something. Got me some plastic gauge. I'm going to clamp it down to torque specs and see what it measures out to be, and see if it meets our specifications. Of course, I already got the new bearings on the bottom, so everything's good and dry and clean. I may have to reuse my bolts. I think I'm a far shot of having everything I need. The arrow always points toward the front, which for me is no surprise. I have a feeling that the bearings have been oversized because they weren't even, the plastic gauge wasn't even touched. So that obviously that means the bearings have been oversized so that they will touch plastic gauge, you get good and flat. So you figure this thing's been machined. Pistons may be oversized. I had to check really, but the bearings look immaculate anyway. The ones that came off of it. Chances are good. I'm just going to use the original bearings. You got to have that oil film in there. So I'm going to torque them down to specs, and okay, we're going to set this bad boy. I think 95 to 105 is what it calls for. 105 foot-pounds. There we are. Okay. Now, take it back off. See what the plastic gauge look like. If the plastic gauge isn't even touched, then yeah, they're oversized bearings that were in it, and we'll just put them suckers back in it because they looked immaculate anyway. It had been rebuilt before I got it, and not long before I got it. We'll see if our plastic gauge has any kind of matching to it. Nope. That one's not even been touched. They're oversized bearings. The bearings haven't been touched, which means the crank has been milled and the bearings are oversized. I'm going to put the original bearings back in and see what our measurements are. Now back in with the old. And I remember how I took them out, so they're going back in the same way. They look really good anyway. Got a lot of life left in them. I mean the bearings. The motor itself, I'm sure, yeah. Pretty old. Obviously the crank's been turned. All that good stuff. Let's try the bearing caps. And this has the original bearings. Here's 50. Those are 50. There's 80. 80. 105. 105. There we are. There we are. Let's break them loose and see what she looks like. Now, if they kind of look like they're supposed to, that's good with me. Because that means crank's been turned. It's been rebuilt before, and it just means it's got oversized bearings is all, which is cool with me. This means this has good machine work that I'm not able to do here on it, if you know what I mean. It's a much better motor to begin with than I thought it was before I tore into it. Let's put it that way. Alrighty, it's been mashed. See what the measurements are. See what it matches up with. Okay, it's oh, definitely 15 thousandths. 15 thousandths. I don't know if you can see it, but it matches perfectly. I don't know how close you want to look at it. So I got 15 thousandths on this. And yeah, it's right here. Right there. That's too thick. That is perfect. 2 thousandths is too little. 15 thousandths is right in there. Let's see if that's tolerable. I think it is. See what we got here. Okay. Same thing. 15 thousandths. See it right there in the white? Not the green, but the white. I am perfectly on there. I'm good, man. I'm going to take it that this thing has been machined before. Saves me money and time. And I'll just wipe that stuff off with a rag. Put my old original bearings back on and be happy. I sure will. I think it's just wax. But yeah, we'll go ahead and get it off. I'm going to lube it real good. Main bearings and then just flip it a little. That way I ain't got to lay the crank down and all that stuff. Should be able to flip it about halfway. Should be able to do what it is. Yeah. There you are. Yeah. Plenty. Plenty of lube in there. Got more lube. All over. Now, happily, be putting my rod caps back on, knowing everything lines up and everything is good. And this bad boy shouldn't spin a bearing anytime soon. Well, you know the deal. I'll go ahead and hand tighten all these down. Torque them in increments like 30, 40, or 40, 50, or something like that. And then I'll finally reach 105 foot-pounds on my main bearings, and we'll start and we'll go to the rod bearings. Forgot to put the rear main seal, but we're getting it. I know there is all kinds of oil down in there, but I assume, okay, there's like a side that's got a groove. I assume that goes on the inside to catch the oil. That's what I'm thinking. And look at that, it just slides in. And from what I hear, you don't have to really do all that chamfering and stuff. From what I hear, it's got a little bit of that built in, a little bit of, you can see it sticks up a little on both sides. Just a little, I think. Well, that's supposed to, I think, take care of the oil clearance issue. And this will go on the cap. That big groove, I think that's just an oil galley, a big old oil galley. And of course, this is for the bottom part of the seal right there. I'll go ahead and pop it out with a screwdriver and a hammer, just like I did the top part. And they're both the same. They both match. Well, the bottom one was a little bit rough. You can tell it's been baked on there. But I got the brake loose with a small screwdriver, held it in position with my other hand, and gave it one good hard lick, and she come out. There we go. Yep, not afraid to use a Q-tip. Get down in there and get all that stuff out of there. Ooh, a lot in there. I just want to make sure it's good and smooth and clear, you know, in there. As you can tell, it does, the oil seal does extend past the a little bit past. I guess that's to mash it in real good to make sure the oil doesn't leak in those areas. Some people will go up on one side 3/8 of an inch and the opposite 3/8 of an inch down on the other side, and that might work. I guess a person could do it, but I think it's good enough. According to other advice on here, they say just don't worry about it. Put it together. Let's try this again. There we are. Now we put the bearing caps in. Guess I'll probably go ahead and start with the rear. Put all this goop in there, you know. Give it a little bit of help, you know. So your surfaces are nice and clean. Like help lube the sides of these. Supposed to help, I think. I hand tighten all these main bearings down and figure out what we got to do about that rear one for the oil leak. I have to study it a little bit. I'm going to torque them down like I did just a little while ago. It says to lubricate the head bolts, and let me see. They're kind of lubricated. I think I'm getting proper. I got the ARP. I guess the ARP would be good for them, but I think it says just to use oil or something. I'm just going to use engine oil, and the reason being, well, when I took it apart, there was oil down in there. It was actually sticking to the oil. I think it had too much oil, to be honest with you. Which I guess that's also possible. But got plenty on there, and more than I would ever need, I'm sure. They're probably already good. I mean, shoot, 105 foot-pounds is not that easy to get. Not really. Not for me, it ain't. And I'm going to put a light coating of oil. I'm not going to go happy with it. I know they go in a lot easier. Whew. A lot easier. And I'm sure this has got the same thing going on. So I'm just dipping it in my oil. And wiping off some of the excess, because there is a thing called overkill, which it had. When I took it apart, I was wondering how the oil got in there. They did great machine work, but they did use a lot of oil in putting these bolts in there. I don't think it hurt anything, because they had to pop loose, so they were still tight. But put a little bit of oil. They go in a lot easier right now. I'm going to go ahead and do that, and then we're going to find out the situation about the little bit of RTV silicone in the back around the rear main to keep it from leaking. Yeah, from what I gather, see, this is all a big oil galley right here. Lots of oil going through there. And I'm thinking right in here is where it tends to want to leak. So I'm thinking I could even put it on this first, let it kind of dry a little bit. But I think it's leaking. I'd have to put very little though. I think it's leaking. Could be leaking anywhere. Let's see. All this probably, well, it's got to not be leaking from the outside. So I'm thinking a small bead right around in here. Right in there. Right in there. I'm thinking this is the culprit, because a lot of oil goes down the oil pan right there. The seal will only do so much, but it's 351 windsors are real bad for leaking right here in this area. I could either put it on the block or put it on here. I think either way would be fine, just a small bead. This is a little bit drier, I think, from where I've used so much WD-40 to dry it off, or to wipe it off. So I may go ahead and put it on this and clean it off on the block too as well. But it's got to be real fine. And I'm thinking this is going to do the job for a lot of it. But it tends to want to leak right in here, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and put a little, I think, right through there. 351 Windsor is real bad for this. But you want to do it like a real fine bead. Now he went right up against the back. Then he went right through here. That's the way he done it. I would think a little right there would help tremendously. And the same with the other side. When you got to figure it's a big oil galley right there, and I hate to get on this machine mating surface right here. That ought to be, I would think that would be good enough. I would think. I really don't want to, I gotta debate this, but I think this is good enough. Just right there like that, and because this is where it's going to try to leak at, is right here. You know what I mean? Let's see. That ought to be good enough. But yeah, because all this is going to the it's going to be torqued down pretty hard too. I think I'm going to try that right there though, and it's going to mash out a lot, no doubt. I'm going to go ahead and I'll let it sit for just a few minutes, and I'm going to torque it on. Let it dry just a few minutes, not more than just a few. I don't know. I think it's going to be good enough. Put it on like so. Get these bolts started just a little. I'm going to take the bolts back out and put the oil on them like I've been doing. Just a little bit of oil. I want to go crazy with it. It had a lot of oil when I took it apart, I know that. I was wondering how the oil got in there. Now I know. They used oil for lubricant to torque the bolts down. That kind of had me worried. I was like, where's the oil coming from? But what I didn't know, I know now. So, probably get a better torque. Some specs call for like 120. I guess there's a roller block or something. I don't know. But yeah, I'm sticking old school, whatever it says. And that's what I'm going with. So I'm going with 105 on all these. And I'll do that yet once again, but you already know, you've seen it 100 times. So I'm going to go ahead and do it off camera. Torque them down to 105 in sequence, just going to start, get them done right. I may like start in the middle, do one or two, and then go work my way out, or I'll see if there's a torquing sequence. That's even better. Okay, Google says it best. For my 1979 351 Windsor, I'm torquing it to 105. The main cap should be torqued in 3 stages. 40, 70, then 95, or to 105. Okay, 40, 70, that'll work. Starting from center number 3, that's the thrust bearing. Oh, and I may tap the back of the crank one way and then tap the front of the crank to kind of set the thrust bearing. They say to do that before you tighten everything down. I'll do that. Okay, then working outward from number 3 to to the front 1 and then rear 5, usually in a spiral pattern. Okay, alternating side to side. Okay, see what else it says. Okay, that works. I'm just going to make sure they're tight. I mean, not tight, but they're snug. And we're going to set the thrust bearing, and we want it to be able to move. Okay. Now, it's probably about good enough, but let me see. I may just make sure they're not loose, super loose, just a little snug. There's a thing called a crank walk. That's where the thrust bearings, I guess, weren't set appropriately or something. And it's where the crank has, I guess, premature wear on the crank. So what we're going to do, they call it setting the thrust bearings. That's what it's called. Back here. Leave it like that. The way the other YouTubers are doing it now, I'm going to torque the main bearings down. First I'm going to do number 3, but I'm just going to set them a little bit. I'll show you that in a second. I'm going to hand tighten. I'm going to go with a torque sequence even when hand tightening them though, I think. Which is 3. Then I go up to 1 and then to the rear 5, and then in its alternating bolt patterns. So that's what I'm going to do. But right now I'm just going to, well, if anything, I'm getting good practice. This is the okay, we're just going to snug them there, then we go to 1, stagger, alternate the bolt patterns. I'll do this one first, and then do this one. We go to number 5. And I would say probably 2 and then 4. That's pretty good. Then we do the same thing again. Now with our torque wrench. But to torque it, we go from 3. Then we go to number 2, then number 4. We're kind of working our way outwards. 3, 2, 4, and then I guess 1 and 5. That's how we're going to do it. Start from the center and grow outward as we torque. And we're going to do that in 3 different sequences, 30, 70, and then I'm going to go ahead and go up to like 95 and then, or maybe even 105 or something like that. That's how we're going to do it. Okay, we're set at 30 foot-pounds. Yes, we are. Exactly 30 foot-pounds. We're going to go. We have to turn them quite a bit, actually. Maybe not. Here's number 3. And we'll go to this one, number 3. And then it says to go to, I think 2 or 3, or I mean 2 or 4. Yeah, it says to go to 2 and 4. Alternating side to side. Okay. Well, let's go to 4. Not sure what it means by side to side, but okay. Start with the left on this side. Then we'll start with the right on this side. Probably doesn't hurt to click it a couple times. Well, you know what's in there, anyway. Here we are. Number 2. Okay, now we do number 5. Now we go up to 70, do the same thing, and then 105. Same thing. Start 3, then work our way out to 2 and then 4, or 4 and 2. We may do 4 and 2 next time, and then 5 and 1 instead of 1 and 5. Well, you know what I mean. Same torque sequence. You just go, work our way out from the middle. And we're going to do that at 70. And then we're going to go up to, right from there, probably going to go up to 105. Maybe 95 just to play safe. Now we're going to check piston ring clearance, put the pistons in. I think the pistons are probably, I know the bearings, they've been, the bearings are oversized, obviously. The crank's probably been turned. Chances are good the pistons, the piston rings may be oversized as well. We'll find out. Just make sure my cylinder walls are cleaned out real good. I'm going to use whatever I got at my disposal, microfiber rags. Whatever I got to do to make them nice and clean. They're already kind of clean. They're not that bad looking. A little bit. This will work. This will help. See the dot. That's all you need. This is the number 1 ring. This is an older set. Right now I'm in such a pinch as far as time. If these are good and I can use them, I will. Okay, there's the number 1. should have a lot smaller of a gap. Oh yeah, this is more like how it's supposed to be. So I could check it that way. It's lined up about perfect. I don't have a problem with using piston rings if they're good, you know what I'm saying? And that gap, I want it between 17, no more than 20 thousandths, I think. A minimum 17, maximum 20 thousandths. And I've got my feeler gauge here. So I'll go down to, here's 17. See, he done a great job of doing everything else. 17 fits slightly snug, but it does. $19. Slightly. Let's try 20 thousandths. Okay, here's 18. Let's try the 18 thousandths. Down here at the bottom, that's 18 thousandths. Okay, 18 is still going. Okay. Well, let's see, let's try. Okay, 20 thousandths at the thickest part. Barely. Okay, let's see if we can go higher. Here is 21. Tight. That ain't it. Okay. It is right at 20 thousandths. It's good. They're pretty good. The main problem with this engine is where it's sat for a while. I think everything's kind of gummed up. And the O-rings are kind of don't want to move very good. There is what's calling a clocking of the pistons. The first and second piston rings, one's going to go on this side, and then the one gap on the second one might go on this side, and the first one will go on the other side where the wrist pin is. And then these, it's like north, south, east, west. Okay, we got, like say, north here. The top one will be opposite on the other side. And so we're going to put them in like that. Well, I'll show you. I've got the oil rings. There's an upper and lower oil ring. And they are opposite one of each other. One right here and one right here. So they are opposite of each other. Okay, now we're going to put one on this side of the wrist pin and the other on the other side. So it's kind of like the old north, south, east, west type deal. There is like a chamfered edge though. So oh, here it is. It says top. Top right here. And this one says JWM. Not sure what's going on here. JWM. And then this one was the second one. Okay, I'm putting the second ring on, and it has a beveled edge. I don't know if you can see that. Well, let me show you. Okay, yeah. So it even says something, I don't know it. It doesn't say top per se, or maybe it's trying to say it. Some kind of emblem, some kind of words. But basically, if you look at the side, this is the way it's supposed to go. But you can see how it's kind of, there it is. But you can see how it's kind of beveled. the beveled side, the second ring, I guess it kind of scoops oil off the walls and pushes it up. But this is the second one, and this is the way it goes. And it even says such, sort of. I don't know what it's trying to say. But I got my ring expander right here. And since it's the bottom one, I'll go ahead and put it on the bottom, which is, it's not in quite yet, but yeah, it is. There it is. Of course, when you get a little compression on it, you know, and the piston is going to go down. Now the other one is boy, this thing's having trouble focusing. Okay, this one's going to be on this side of the wrist pin, and those are going to be on the other side of the wrist pin, and we're going to call it good. Now this one has a dot on it. Yeah, you can see it right there a little bit. It's trying to blur on me. Yeah, you got the dot, and I think it even says top or something. Yeah, right there. It's supposed to be top, I think. But it's got the dot. So, go ahead and use my ring expanders again. And put it on the piston also. A lot of people don't use these, but it seems like it'd be a lot of trouble if you screwed something up. Okay, we know the piston rings are good. I mean, diameter wise. I'll probably check a few more just to be safe. So I'm going to stagger this one on this side, north, south, east, west. Okay, this one's going on this side of the wrist pin. As you can see, the gap is on this side of the wrist pin, and then the other is going to be on the other side. It's going to be like, so we got our wrist pin on this side, and we got one on that close. Yeah, they're going to go all over the place anyway once you get them in. And I got that one in, and we're going to put this guy on the block. And I'm going to go ahead and use the rod bearings too, because I'm sure it's been oversized as well. Everything else has been oversized. The rings, everything else, so. Okay. Make sure those are good and clean and everything, and lubed up real good. They don't look that bad anyway, not really. I got a little bit of wear, but not too bad. It's what's going to be used, because that's all I got. And I don't want to wait on other orders, and plus I'd have to find a specific size, which is not saying I can't. I've got a dial bore gauge, and the rings are the right size, so I'm tickled to death with that. What I've got here is some rubber hose, and that's going to go over I'll cut me about 2 equal sizes of this, and then stick them over the end of the rod bolts. That way they don't scrape the crank journal when we're putting it in. And the reason I'm doing this one is because I'm hurting for room, and that's the best one I can get to. And I know it's a number 5 piston, so we're going to go ahead and at least drop it in. Not torque it down. We're going to put all the pistons in, then torque them all at once. I hear that's a good way to do it from another YouTube guy. These cylinders can get messed up. I don't know how, because I've laid them down in a certain way. But this is the one we was cleaning on yesterday. Okay. And it was the number 5 slot. These pistons are all numbered different. It's been rebuilt before, and I'm just going to put them in the order that I took them off. and pray to God that nobody else moved them around on me. But you can see the arrow pointing to the left, which is the front of the motor, and that's how it's going to go in. And this was the number 5 one, so it's the one we're going to do. Goal is to go around the crank journal, up to the cylinder head. Good old rubber, it doesn't bruise, thank God. And it's something like that. So I probably cut, I think I cut about this much off. Yeah, about right there. I got my hose here. I'm going to put these on the end of it. Oh, there it goes. Well, we're talking tolerances. I'll lay that there for a second. I think it's going to hold without hurting the rings or anything. Got my good old dandy ring depressor. Think about it for a second. I had to grease it up a little bit and use a little bit of leverage. Try to help get what I got to get done. Make sure the arrow is pointing forwards on the piston. And it is. Yeah. Okay. Anything I tighten it a little too tight. I'll lube it so maybe it'll help. There we are. It's trying to go already. And then you just get the butt of a mallet, or I mean the hammer or anything. Yeah, I feel it. Oh, I just got to tighten it a little bit and it should drop right into place. Probably not more, probably right there. Probably good enough right there. Okay, and it's tighter than a drum. By grabs, it's going in now. I'm grabbing under here because I've got like rubber hose on the end of the threads, and I just want to make sure it's riding good. And I'm going to push down on it. Get those rings to go in there, and they're going. Look at that. Just had to manhandle it. Well, you can kind of see it. Right here, there's the rubber hoses. And we'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and throw some of that assembly lube in there. Sure went overkill on it, I'm sure. Sure. I even got another ball of it. So I got more than I will ever use on this motor. And then some. But at least that way I know that stuff's getting everywhere I want it to go. Okay. going to go ahead and do all the other pistons, and then I'm going to get back with you. Just cover the studs, you know, keep everything from getting scratched up. Now I think I'm going to go ahead and kind of torque them down. That way they're not going to bump anything. But I'm not going to go to spec, but I will nudge them up there against it so that okay, and the chamfered edge always goes towards the outside of the journal, and you can tell, see, one side is chamfered, you can barely see it. You can see it right there, very lightly chamfered, and that side is straight as an arrow. Kind of can't hardly tell it, but yeah, one side is chamfered, at least you could say chamfered more than the other. And that goes always towards the outside of the journal, not towards the inside. Went in and put some lube on there too. Can't like not have lube, you know. Go ahead and snug my bolts up. And I'm gonna go ahead and torque those. I mean, not torque them, but tighten them, just hand tight, get them where they're gonna snug up and not gonna be hitting anything. Well, those bolts are most assuredly standard. I guess I could lift it over and let you see, but you know, it's just the cap bolts, and got a 9/16 branch on it. Not gonna tighten them crazy or anything, just a little, just snug. Yeah, just snug. Snug. Not enough to hurt anything. I could probably go ahead and oil the cylinder a little bit now. Well, it's all the way down with a light coating. And make sure you got some oil on there, you know. Not crazy amounts. Just a little. I'm gonna do all of them that way. And see how I did one of them? Just put the rod bearing cap on the bottom, you know, and without having to move the motor back over, just so y'all could see, I just went ahead and tightened them up hand tight, and then I will make sure I snug them before it's over with, you know, or make sure I torque them. And since I got a feeler gauge and kind of curious about piston placement and all that stuff, I am going to go ahead and check with a feeler gauge and make sure there's space in between everything, you know, for oil and everything. I've got the next one, that would be 6, but I'll keep going. Oh yeah, don't forget to oil your grooves either. I mean, your piston rings before you put them in. Make sure the cylinder's got a lot of oil on it. Personally, use either assembly lube or oil. And what I did is I got some oil on my gloves and wiped down the cylinder on the inside. But I'm also going to put some piston rings itself. Let it go around. Let it get in there and soak real good. There we are. There we are. All the rings are spinning good. Then I'll go ahead and get my maybe clean them off a little better, and then get my spring compressor on there and get them in the hole. Oh yeah, something else I just noticed is these rod cap bolts. See how they got those little projections sticking out? That's the side that's not facing the rod cap when you're tightening up. So I'm going to double check mine because I just kind of like now caught it. But you can see them little, I don't know what they are, but the bottom is smooth and doesn't have that on them. So this is definitely the flat part that goes up against the rod cap. So I have to check on my bolts. I didn't tighten them up yet, but at least I'll know what to look for. I'll double check them all before I crank them down. Make sure my rod cap bolts are on right. Okay, I'm going to check to make sure my bolts are placed the right way, and I'm also going to make sure my chamfer is facing away from the rod journal. So the chamfer's going this way, and the other chamfer on this side is going that way. And yeah, I got some caps upside down. Not sure how big of a deal it is, but I'll switch these around, make sure my chamfer's right, make sure all the pistons are in the right way, and then we'll get on to something else. Okay, been torquing my rod bolts to 45 foot-pounds. I've been doing them in stages between, I'm going to do the front two and then the last two, because you can bring the pistons up far enough where you can get to the rod bolts. I went through increments. I went through 20, then 30, and now I'm going to 45. I'm just going to go ahead and bang it out. But I have noticed also there's movement in the torque wrench if you kind of like slowly do it. You know, as opposed to just doing it real fast to get a snap. Seems like it moves a little. I notice it does move. So I've been doing it kind of slow to get the most out of my torque, I guess you could say. Seems like when you go slow, okay, that one is pretty good, 45. And then I'll go back this one again just to make sure the clamping force is even. See if I can get it to move just ever so slightly. Yeah. There it goes. That one. I go to this one. I think sometimes there's like lubricant in there that squeezes out a little bit, and you got to give it time to kind of squeeze out a little bit. It seems like, and you get a little bit more. You get more movement out of your torque wrench, even if it's just very little, but still. That one's good. Double check this one. Yeah, I get movement out of it a little bit sometimes. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and torque them all down to 45. And I did it in increments. I think I went to like 20. Yeah, like 20, and then I went to like 30, and then somewhere around 40, and then 45. That's the way I've been doing them. Okay, I got them torqued, and I went over them a couple of times. There is this thing called torque angle. I don't know how much it applies, but I know I'm in the 45 range. Even if it's a little less, you know, you still got at least from 40 to 45 foot-pounds. But I try not to press down on the bolt, because you could lose some foot-pounds there maybe. And try to be as straight as possible when I'm turning the torque wrench, you know, not at an angle or anything like that. And then I'm doing it slow, letting any like oil maybe squeeze out or something maybe. A lot of oil flying around, you know. But we got that done, and we'll I checked them, double checked them, and then we're going to try something else. Then we're going to do something else. That's what I meant to say. I'll find the 0, which is for the factory settings. We're going to see whether the cam has been advanced or not. Basically, I can see my tooth or my keyway. Okay, I'm going to give this a shot. I think it's lined up pretty good. I'm tapping it in with a rubber mallet. It's a little bit tight, but I guess that's normal to be. I guess a little tight. I've seen them go on like real loose. I don't know, a lot of times they heat them up and stuff, and I'm sure that helps. Using an old piece of wood here. It's going on pretty uniformly, but it is tight. And you can see it coming through now. There it is, it's come through right there. Maybe it'll get easier. I don't know. From what you can see it's going on there. Seems like it's getting easier. I got the 0 mark, the top. There it goes. Super easy now. Just had to get past the initial rust, I guess. I'll clean that off real good before we install the top one. But I've got them lined up. That's pretty good right there. I don't know, but I was thinking that it needed to be short because that way this has got a place to hook into, see. It has to be the short one because the long one would interfere with the eccentric. That's what everybody's confused about, and they're saying the wrong thing. It has to be the short one. Yeah, there's some confusing videos on YouTube where they say that you want to use a long one. You know, you want to use a long dowel pan that sticks out far enough for the eccentric. But that's not what you need, because the eccentric needs to be short enough where you can stick the eccentric little holder inside that hole. So they're confused, and they're confusing me because I'm wanting to double check and make sure. And so it's messing with my head, but I know I've seen a few, in my town that I'm pretty sure I'm right. In fact, this timing chain kit came with the short one, but I already had a short one when I bought the cam, so I'm using the short one. Well, since the timing chain didn't want to do much bending, which I don't want to stretch it or anything, but so what I'm going to do is pull the gears out a little bit, and they'll actually come by hand. I just had a hard time pulling on it. These little Harbor Freight gear pullers, they get the job done. My goal is to just get it on there, get the timing chain and to match up with the other gear, and I'm not going to go any further than that. And I think that's what it is. It's just no room for misalignment, which, hey, I'm okay with that as long as it's a good tight chain and not a loose one, you know what I mean? Huh. Let's see what we got. I think it's one to go. Oh. Let's try it now. That's pretty far out. Yeah, it's going. There. Well, it's on there now. I guess I sort of need to try to bump that bottom one back in too, because it ain't going to just push in. Yeah, something like that. There it goes. Okay. Had me flipping. Had me flipping. Flipping good now. Just in there. My intent is not to take it apart, so I'm going to go ahead and start lubing everything down. I mean, if I have to, I will, but I hope not. But, you know, everything has to be checked because everything is defective nowadays. Luckily, everything I've run into has been pretty up to par so far. But, you know, I'm always doubting because I've had a lot of bad stuff. But that goes there like that. Then it's inside. Gonna get some lube or oil or something. I'm just getting it from both sides. Oh well. I got a little happy with the lube, but better than being a little bit not happy enough, you know what I mean? We just want to make sure that is in its locked position like that. Might have to hold it for a second. Use the old finger to tighten stuff up. Now you've got one part that's going to be steel, I guess. And the other part is going to, I guess, not be steel. I guess that's how it works. Well, the camshaft sprocket is supposed to be torqued at 45. Here's 40. 1, 3, 4, 5. I like to go slow. It seems like it moves more. If you just try to snap it real quick, you might lose a little bit of torque or something. Well, there it is. There it is. Sometimes it seems like it slowly moves a little. Okay. Here is the Loctite. There we are. Getting a little bit of lube up towards the top under the bolt head. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and put it on with the Loctite and everything intact. That'll help out a lot. I'm going to put, I got that lube I'm going to put all over the timing chain and all over the eccentric, fuel pump eccentric. And I like to slowly do it because sometimes it moves. I see it moving right now. There it goes. So you still get some movement is what I'm getting at. I mean, I'm sure it's over 40 foot-pounds, which is minimum. But if I'm looking for 45, that's it. 45 foot-pounds on the fuel pump eccentric, and it spins. Okay, I've got a degree wheel kit, and it's probably one of the cheaper ones. That's exactly what I've got. It's got the magnet where you can turn it on or off, and we're going to set it up just like that. I'm going to rig it like this because it comes up, it's not together, so I'm just going to use this as a diagram to put it together. To check the degree of the cam, we're worried about top dead center, like this, except it'll be on the #1 piston, which is kind of already set. Really, it is. I don't know if that's compression stroke or not. Well, you've seen on old train locomotives and everything. Well, when the piston is out, the back, the crank, there's the crank journal of the rod and all that. Underneath, while the piston is still, there's a period where it stays up there for a second, and it's still rotating underneath before it starts pulling the piston down. I guess they call that kind of like a dwell or wherever. When it's up at very top, it stays up there for a little while. Well, it's hard for us as humans to be able to figure out exactly what top dead center is just by looking at the piston, because there's a dwell in there. They've got what's called a piston stop that you can put over the top of that. I'm thinking that's what I got. Okay, this is kind of what I got. Of course, in the picture, this is from Comp Cams. You know, of course, they got their dial indicator for the flat part of the top of the head, I guess. Now, let me show you what else. I'm thinking I need to use the longer dowel pin. I mean, the shorter dowel pin allows for eccentric, for the fuel pump eccentric to fit down in there. But I've been seeing online where everybody's using the long pin because it's a double roller. Even though it didn't come with one when I took it apart, it had the double roller, but it had the small dowel pin. So to make things right, I'm gonna see if I can't use the long dowel pin, and hopefully I still got one somewhere. And I do. Okay. So you got a long and a short one, but it ain't by much. You know, it's very minute, but apparently, I mean, it's visibly longer. So I'm gonna use the longer one because it's a double roller timing chain. That's what everybody online has been saying that. So one step forward, two steps back. Eventually we'll get it right. And my goodness, that was a little bit tough to get out. The Loctite is definitely setting up. So, but now I got to come back out with a chain, and that's going to be fun like it was before. It's my crankshaft's a little bit, I don't know, it's got scratches, rust, everything, and so I have to use a gear puller to get that out, but I'm going to try to get the timing chain without doing all that. So we got some fun times here. All to change the dowel pin length. Well, I'm kind of rolling it off because I know I have trouble with that bottom pin, and I mean the bottom gear. I'm just kind of rolling it off as it comes around. That's all I know to do, really. It's coming. Success. Got it off. Now I'm going to try to pull the pin out, but there's a length difference. So I guess I'll put it in. Yep, that's definitely the short one. That's it. It's bottomed out. That's it. Now everything goes back on, and I'm just going to start over and put everything back in the number one, you know, line up everything. Well, I decided to take the cam thrust bolts out, put Loctite on, but in my haste I tightened instead of loosening and broke the head off the bolt. Oh well. Sure enough, there it is. It looks like I could almost get it. That's possible. It's sticking out a little bit. I don't know if I can't get it with this. I don't know if I can get it. I may have to buy some kind of kit. It's only 12 foot-pounds, so makes you think I might be able to break it loose. Well, I've got a screw extractor kit. I think I might try the small one first. Basically, it drills out a hole, and then this side is like a reverse thread and supposedly pulls it out. Let's give it a shot. One side drills a hole, and then this side is like a reverse thread, and it's supposed to kind of like pull it out. Just get right in the middle. I got some juice. Well, I managed to get it out, and I used this. I was just able to get enough of the bite of the end of it and get it to start backing out. I don't believe it, but it worked. The screw extractor, that metal was so hard I couldn't even drill into it. It's a good thing I got it. A good thing there was a little bit left where I could grab it. Well, here's my thrust plate, and I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of Loctite on there. This is the red stuff, and I've seen other people do it on YouTube, so I'll give it a shot myself. Well, I ended up getting some grade 8 small bolts since I broke the head off this one, and I basically cut it at the bottom, but as long as I can get it started. I done started it once, so I know it's startable, if that makes any sense. Get in there, hit the start. I know it'll start because I already did it. All that, just put a little Loctite on a bolt. And I'll tell you what. It's going, that's what matters. Okay. I'm just going to snug them up. Then I'm going to do the old, torque. It's only like 12 foot-pounds is all it is. There's 20. I don't think it's going to hurt anything. You figure 12. Well, I got news for you guys. The longer dowel pin is not going to fit at all. There's no way. It has to be the shorter dowel pin. That little thing that goes in the hole to turn the eccentric, it does not fit that big long dowel pin. That long dowel pin's got to come out. I got to put the short one back in. That is quite all right. It's a good thing to catch it now as to catch it later. But I went through all that just to change the dowel pin, and never was the dowel pin. I had the short one in there, and it was the right one. Because everybody says it's the other dowel pin, and it's not. I'll double check it one more time. Nope. Just make sure you use the right one. Just for giggles, I'm going to get a gear puller and pull that gear out just a little bit so I can kind of get a good start on there without stretching this chain so doggone much. Let's see if we can get this back on. It managed to come out. I just put a screwdriver behind it, and it helped it to come out. I think that's it. Well, I bought a degree kit, a degree wheel kit, and it's the wrong one. It doesn't even touch the piston head. It's for heads on. It's got all these little springs for your valves and fake lifters you got to buy. You got to buy a special thing for your degree wheel that they don't tell you when you get your kit. Some kind of special socket to keep it from backing on out. I'm going to go to the car wash, and I'll take some of this old gasket material off. Use like a gasket, something to, get a gasket off. In this case, it's a straight edge razor blade. And I'm going to go across the oil pans and the valve covers. I'm going to run by a car wash, clean them out. And screen looks pretty good. I don't see much dirt on it anywhere, but there's stuff up in there. So I'm going to clean it out real good, and then probably use some maybe WD-40 or something in there. Try to clean it out real good. Make sure there's nothing in there. This stuff right here, you see all that gasket material. It'll come right off of the straight edge. Clean the valve covers up. Clean that old pan up real good. As good as I can, a little bit of soap and everything. Spray them out real good and then dry them out real good. Well, I'm going to attempt to set this up to degree cam, and I had to run to AutoZone because my head bolts are too long. They bottom out and sticking up too high. In other words, I can't tighten down the piston stop unless, you know, everything's at an angle. Even the engine stand, it's not perfectly up and down. It's like a defect on the engine stand. It's crooked. That comes in real handy when you're trying to look at things straight up and down, make sure dots are right and everything. Looks like these are 3/4. I'm sure my head bolts are a little bit littler. The head is on it, you know, so just very lightly, I'm not going to really torque it down, just snug it like a bug in a rug. Well, unfortunately, all I got is the hydraulic lifters, so I'm going to try to do the best I can with those. And yeah, I probably will tilt the motor over too, maybe, if it'll help. I don't know if it'll help or not, but it could. I'm relying on the fact that it's a new lifter and hoping that will help prevent the lifter from collapsing. As far as viscosity, this assembly lube ought to work pretty good. Well, I got that pretty lubed up, and I'm going to put them in the first two lifter galleys, I guess you could call them. They're going smoothly. That's always great. Oh, okay. Now putting in the intake and the exhaust. So okay, as far as that one's going down. Well, I use hydraulic lifters because I'm rushed for time, and it's not very feasible for me to wait. Every time I got to order something, you know, I have to wait like a week or something, and I only got weekends to work on it, and it's just been nonstop for several months already. Every time you get something, you got to go back and get something else, you know. So it's not been working out too good for me in that regard. Plus the kit was for kind of like a heads-on thing, and it's supposedly for heads-on or heads-off, but it hasn't been working out too good for me. Always having to grab parts and everything to try to get everything fixed. And it's just going to be, I'm just going to get a rough idea where it's, how close the cam is. And I don't know if I got to advance it or not. I will know that. I've only got two key ways to put it in. I can either advance it 4 degrees or retard it 4 degrees. So hopefully I'm on the money, or I don't have to worry about it. Well, this is kind of what I got. It's just kind of quick. The little pointer thing does kind of like go in the hole a little bit. Maybe it'll work. I mean, I know it's going to be off a little, but maybe it'll help me kind of get what I'm after, sort of. You know what I mean? Okay, try to do a little bit of explaining here. Although the motor's at an angle, the two dots are straight up and down from each other. You probably got to look at it pretty close to see it. But they are straight up and down from each other. Well, I got the two dots lined up. The number one piston is about as high as it's going to go. Go ahead and put this back on again. I just want to make sure it's touching it, but I don't want it to go crazy on it. It's good and tight where it's not going to come off. Nothing super crazy with it. There we go. That's my setup. It's in the very first valve, or I mean the very first lifter, the intake valve lifter, and we're going to go ahead and install our degree wheel and our wire pointer. This is like a front cover bolt And it's working. And it go down far enough. Hold on. You may not go far, see. It may work, I don't know. Sometimes they're just naturally kind of like tight like that a little bit. Plenty tight enough. Okay, that's our wire. We're bending it around. Go ahead and put that wheel on now. The kit came with different size washers. It's good because they made it where you don't have to put the harmonic balancer on to actually use the degree wheel. So there's different size for different crank bolts. So I find the one for my 351 Windsor, and there we go. And then this goes on the end of the crank, and we just put on the let's see, this goes like that. See how it fits perfectly in there? So you can kind of really tighten it down. And we're going to find my wheel on. Might have been better to use a harmonic balancer on there, but we'll put it. We ended up getting some anodized wire that is a lot easier to work with, easier than a coat hanger even. But it's the only thing I can really work with, you know. That works. It's pretty well dead on. Leave it be. It's good. Close enough. Okay, I've got 0 on my dial indicator, 0 on my degree wheel. And now we're going to go a little bit one way and then the same amount on the other way. Okay, I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to use my dial indicator, and right now it's set at 0. Right there you can tell I'm at 0. Okay, I went ahead and took my piston stop back off. So before top dead center is where we want to stop it at. I'm a little bit below top dead center. And I've got my piston stop here. To stop it, it needs to come down probably a little bit more than what it is. Drop that little 1/2 inch nut down a little bit more. It's about right though, but my pistons have like a dent right in the middle of, you know, a little indentation. You know, just stock cast pistons. So I'm thinking I need to go past that a little bit. Okay, about like that. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. It needs to stop it before it even comes up all the way. I'm going to go down considerable. Now that, by George, is going to stop the piston. Now, I'm going to go, bam, I hit it. Before top dead center. Okay. Now I'm watching Thunderhead 289, I guess. He's the one that seems to help me the most. Plus he's working on 351 Windsor. A couple other guys that leave links to his channel, you know. I think he goes to 90. Yeah, right there. Really in the right degree wheel. It's not the right setup, but I'm hurting for time. I can't keep ordering and buying things to get it. So I'll make do with what I got if I can. Comp Cams has a pretty good one. There is some good videos out there that show you how to degree. So make sure you look at them. Okay, now we're supposed to go counterclockwise until we meet the piston stop again, but by going back this way. But I have to tighten it up first before I do that. So, okay, now I know that's gonna hold. Now I've got to go counterclockwise till we hit the piston stop again. Okay, we've got 90 on our first one. Probably move that a little. No, I didn't. Okay. It moved a little. That's probably me. Probably done it. There's 90. Okay. Now we got to go counterclockwise until we hit the piston stop again. Okay, here it comes. Boom. There it is. Right at 63 degrees. Okay, we remember the first one was 90. Okay, we got 90. Plus 63. And of course, what was that, 153? Okay, 153. Now I think we divide that by 2. Now we take this off. And then we move our wheel to 76.5 degrees. And that will get us our true, supposedly top dead center. We don't need this anymore, so we took it off. Okay, now I'm going to go to 76.5 degrees, which is what we come up to when we added 90 and 63 and divided by 2. That's what we got. So I'm going to 76.5. Okay. And since we're so close, I'm going to go ahead and go this way with it. Okay, 70. I'm going to overshoot it. Okay, just a little. Okay, there's where I'm supposed to be, right there. But you got to figure slack in the timing chain, and it runs counterclockwise when the motor runs clockwise. So now we're going to go back to 76.5. And it's going to be no slack in the timing chain. Okay, 73, 4, 5, 6. That should be it. Let's see what we got. 70, 75, 76 and a half. There we are, 76.5. There we are. Okay, now we can, now that we know that that's where we're at, now we can go to 0 on our degree wheel because we have top dead center. And I don't want it to move, so I have to use, when we undo it, I have to undo it a little bit to get it so I can move it. We'll get it. When it's all you've got, I'll try to make it work, you know what I mean? And I just got to break it loose without moving it. There we are. And without moving the motor, should be able to turn it to 0. Now we tighten everything back up. Okay, here we are. Now we're at 0, and that's true top dead center. Well, I got like a really hairy setup, you can see, but I just, I don't have time to keep ordering stuff and waiting weeks and weeks and weeks. I've got another part-time job that I got to take care of when I'm not driving a truck, and, well, taxidermy. And I ain't got time to be ordering stuff, waiting for things to come in just to do things extremely right. You know, you always think you got everything, then next thing you know, you got to buy something else. Okay, I'm going to try to find the highest lift on the intake lifter. And that is by okay. Well, it's going down now. Okay. Okay, I'm on the dwell right now. You know where the lifter, you know, cam has a dwell just like the crank does. Okay. That's going down actually. Okay. Wait, where's that? Okay. Let me keep going around. Now I'm on the dwell because I moved it and it just stayed still. So I think once you get to the dwell, move it to 0 on the gauge. Okay, now we're supposed to 0 it out. There we are. That's 0. Make sure it don't move. Okay, there we are. Okay, now we zeroed our dial indicator out. Okay, now I think we're supposed to find the intake center line. On my card, it was blank. I Googled it, but you know AI can be wrong. But my intake center line, when I Googled it, come up with 102 degrees. Let's find out. We're going to go clockwise with it, and we're going to find 50 thousandths. That's it. There's 50 thousandths. Yep, I'm at 50. I don't know if I got it. Let me re-show you. 148 degrees. Woo. Okay, so I'm going to write that measurement down. 148. And I'm going to put plus because they're going to go 50 on the other side and see what we come up with. And my wire does, apparently I did something because it's rubbing it a little bit. But I don't know how bad. Let's hope it holds. I just want to get a rough idea. Now I'm going to go 50 thousandths the other direction. Yep, instead of going clockwise, go counterclockwise. Go over the lobe in the other direction, the cam lobe. So I'm going to go to 50 thousandths again, but it's going to be counterclockwise. And I'm going to keep my finger on the lifter to make sure it stays on the lobe, you know, on this downward swing. There's its dwell right there. There's its dwell. We're at 0 again, which is about right. That means our gauge is working. Oh yes. Now let's go back to 50 counterclockwise. Yeah, I overshot. Okay. Let's go back this way. Now let me get it right on 50 thousandths again. And then we'll take our measurements. That is it, buddy. Okay, I have, you can see right here we're at 50 thousandths. We went on counterclockwise over the cam lobe on the other side. And look what we got on our degree wheel. We got 55 exact. I'm going to write that down. Yep, the first one was, that's 55. The first one was 148. And yeah, we do it just like we did at the find top dead center. We're kind of like checking to see what our intake center line, basically top dead center of the, I guess the lobe, I guess you could say. 148 and plus 50 plus 55. Add those two together. The number you get, divide it by 2. 148 plus 55 equals 203. Okay, we got 203. Divide it by 2. 203 divided by 2 equals 101.5. Okay, I've got 101.5. Yep, 101.5. That's 148 plus 55. That's 50 thousandths on 148 was 50 thousandths on one side, 55 50 thousandths on the other side of the lobe. It came up with 203 when you added those two figures together. And you divide it by 2, and I got 101.5. Well, the intake center line on my card, which I Googled, was 102. And I come up with 101.5, which means the card is pretty well spot on. My can's pretty well spot on as far as the intake center line. If anything, I'm a half degree advanced. So, I can live with it. The intake, 226, exhaust 241. Let's see what it is at 50 thousandths. Okay, to measure the lobe lift, first we want to go down to the back side of the lobe, the base circle. So we want to bring the lifter all the way down and then zero out our dial indicator. Okay, so the opposite of the dwell on the lobe lift, I guess you could say, would be like the dwell on the back side of the cam. Like the base circle. So I'm going to look at my dial indicator for movement. That's basically what I'm looking at it for. That's how I know I'm in the back side of the cam lobed well, I guess on the back side, the base circle. So make sure it's... There it is. I found it. I think it doesn't look like it's moving much. Yeah, there it is. See how it's not moving? Okay, we're on the base circle. We're at the base circle of the lobe. I guess that's down as far as it's going to go. Now we're supposed to zero it out. Make sure it's loose. That's what we're going with. So now we're at 0. You know, just like from the highest point of the lobe, there was, you know, we went 50,000 on each side. Now we're going to do the same thing on the bottom of the lobe. And, okay. So I'm going to go clockwise on one side to 50 thousandths, get that number, and then counterclockwise and get that number. Okay. Okay, I'm at 0 right now. Now we gotta go. I'm going clockwise this time. I don't know if it really matters which way you go first. Okay. Oh, crap. Okay. I gotta go counterclockwise because I overshot. Now, I'm gonna go okay, that's 50 thousandths. We keep going clockwise. Past that 50,000. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go back. I overshot. I'm real bad for doing that. Drop it at 50,000 again. Okay. It looks like I'm at, let's see, 45 for 6 for 7 for 8, 49, 50, about 149.5. So I'm going to write that down too. Looks like 11. More than 10 and a half. I'm going to go with 11. Okay. So I already had that earlier. I wrote it down again. Okay, I've got 11. Okay, that's accurate. I guess the cycle of that first piston, now we've got to, I think, keep going this way until the lifter. So I'm watching the lifter go up. It's still coming up. That was 50 thousandths on the high end. And let's see, I think it's coming back down. Let's see. Okay. The lifter is down as on the bottom dwell because you know, it's not moving. But now it is. Oh, it ain't. Okay. Now I think maybe I can do it again So now it's dwelling. I think I can hit 50,000 again, right? Or wait. Let me think. Let's see. Let me see if it starts to. Okay. Okay, I got it in reverse. I'm gonna go past 50,000 and go towards it because the chain, motor runs clockwise, and I went counterclockwise. So now I want to go clockwise again. Get that slack out of the chain. Going back to 50,000 on the money. And I think what you do is go from 180 and count 5 degree increments. You've got like a 0 here. Yeah, from 180 it's okay. 180. You got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Is that 35? Or 34.5 or something like that. So let's figure this out again. Yeah, I think since this is the other side of the low, yeah, I think we just go from the 180 and we go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You could say 35 or 34.5 or something like that, which is what I got earlier. So let's figure out what's going on. I'm good. I think I already showed you. The intake 226. My math come out to 225. And I got 225 by adding 11 plus 34.5 plus 180. And I got 225.5. The card says 226. I'm happy with it. Seems like I'm a half a degree off. I'm kind of like a half a degree advanced on everything. So I'm tickled. I'm good with it. Well, there you have it. The math don't lie, and I can't believe my little jerry-rigged system worked, but it did. There are hydraulic lifters in there, but the cool thing is they didn't collapse on me or anything, and I got some really good readings. So I'm tickled to death. I didn't think I was going to be able to pull this off unless I ordered some other stuff, you know. So I'm glad it worked, and I'm going to button him up now. I'm going to start putting everything together and be tickled to death, and my cam is set perfect. Okay, here's what I don't get. Okay. If you only have one keyway, and you have to move it 8 of these teeth to get it to advance 4 degrees, you're turning the crank still. If you put on one of them other little crank sprockets and it's got multiple slots, you know, to fit on your crank, you're not really moving the crank at all. Then you're not adjusting your timing any different. In other words, they're counting. I done seen it on my timing chain. The next gap is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. It's right here. Make believe there's a gap there. So if a person's taking the sprocket off and moving it around to where the crank keyway is, then they didn't change the sprocket. I mean, because the crank didn't move. If you're going to advance the timing, the crank has to move. So you're better off with one keyway anyway. And if your timing is retarded, then you move it. Like say you're retarded by 4 degrees, you move it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, then you move it literally the crank. You move it with the sprocket on its keyway to here. That's the only way it's going to work. But you have to move the crank. I mean, you have to move the crank so that keyway's not going to exist. Let me, pardon my French there, but that keyway's not going to be there. You only got one keyway. And it's on the crank. But you can still advance the timing because the fact that it's only got one keyway, you're advancing the timing. Where this tooth, you can paint a little dot on there. That's the number 8. That's the number 8 tooth coinciding with the cam dot. Now they're straight up and down. Just imagine they're straight up and down. And you have to move the crank or you're not advancing the timing. I mean, if you just put a sprocket on there with different keyways, you're still not moving the crank. You get what I'm saying? I mean, you could have 10 of these keyways on here, but if you don't move the crank and you align the keyway up with this without actually moving the crank, then you're not doing anything. You know what I mean? So something's wrong there. Something's wrong with the whole setup there. You got to have one keyway and advance the timing. You need to be able to go 8 teeth using the one keyway, not a sprocket with a bunch of keyways. It ain't going to help you. You got to advance that crank 8 teeth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's your 8 tooth, and you've now advanced it only 4 degrees. But hey, it's advanced. That keyway's not supposed to be there, sorry. You only got one keyway, and it's right here. The real keyway. In other words, you had to move the crank. The one keyway ensures that you move the crank to get your timing advanced to where it's not retarded anymore. So forget about that keyway I put on there. You're better off having a thing with only one keyway, because you can have 100 of keyways on here. If you don't move the crank at all when you set it with this dot on your timing chain, you ain't doing anything. You have to move the crank to advance your timing, period. You can't just put a gear on there in a on a different slot and say it's advanced. It don't work that way. You got to move the crank or it's not advanced. Yeah, it's real hard to see, but yeah, there's like a spiral type thing going on. It's hard to see, but that's important because that means the lifter will rotate on top of the cam lobe, and it's supposed to rotate like that, and it keeps you from wearing it out like super quick. So those lifters, when they got that little spiral on the bottom, that's a good sign that the lifters are going to spin like they're supposed to spin on top of the cam lobe. Something else I didn't get on video was checking the rod journal bearings clearance. I did the crank bearing clearance. I hope that come out on video, but I'm going to do the rod bearing clearance and let you see that. I'm on the number 6 piston, and it just happened to work out that way. The number 6 ought to be as good as the number 1, right? Okay, what's desired on the connecting rod bearings to the crankshaft is 0.0008 to 0.0026. From 8 thousandths to 26 thousandths is allowable. We're going with allowable up here on the left. We're going with allowable, not necessarily what's desired. If we get what's desired, that's great. But if we don't get it, I'm not going to sweat it too much. But at least we'll get a reading. We'll see where we stand. Make sure these bolts are right side up. They have a
They have one side and another side that they go on, which is kind of weird, but they do. Torque those down and take the cap back off again, once again. And we should. I took the grease off the bearing and the where the rod bearing rides. So it'll help the plastic gauge mash better, I guess. And you get a better reading, I guess. Now we're going to torque to 45 foot-pounds. Now let's undo them and see what they are. Paper towels seem to work real good. And the bearing stayed that time. Cool. 27 thousandths is allowed. If I'm going by the middle, which is probably accurate, it's more than that. More than 15 thousandths. Let's see, less than. Let's see, 16. It's probably around 25. It may be 26 even. It's more than 25. It's good. That's 25 thousandths. Yeah, it's good. It'll work. It's good. It's more than 15, less than 25. It'll work. And you probably want to make sure you kind of wipe it off a little bit. It comes right off anyway. Chamfer side goes on the outside. We know it's that way. And we pop that stuff on there. Make sure that's bottomed out on the bottom. Torque her back up, and we're going to go on to something else. Well, I screenshot of this diagram for the 351 Windsor. You know, the water pump and the timing cover. It's online for 351 Windsor. And yep, I'm going to use it for my bolt length. Here you got a little bit of silicone. I'm going to put just a little around the outside, just so it seals good. And I'm going to go crazy with it. Just going to go around the outside, try to stay out of the center, of course. I mean, you don't want too much. Although I like that back on there. It wouldn't bother me if a little of it mashed up against the back. I mean, it could help with possibly an oil leak, because I can see where screwdrivers and everything have been down in there, where they've had to get the other one that they're changing out. They had to get drastic with it. So if it comes back in here to help seal it, I like that. It's got to be very, very thin. Probably got way too much already, but that'll definitely, I doubt it's going to leak. I doubt it. Probably went a little bit heavy on it. I like that this back flat part ensures that the oil has a long way to travel before it leaks. So that's what I kind of like. And this stuff does want to spread. Woo. Put it here. I got a little setup. It ain't the best. It should be good if I hold it. I think I've used a block of wood over the top of it before. We'll get them to kind of seal in, But it's going. And pretty uniform all the way around. You want to make sure it's uniform, that's for sure. Chain cover, so I try to even it out a little bit, because there is a difference. Looks like it's in there pretty good. I don't see it trying to leak anytime soon. It's in there. Got like a little bit of oil on my finger, and put a little bit around this mating surface right here. Well, here's what I got as far as my bolt configuration. And at the bottom, below the water pump, right there in that big picture, you can see the bolt sizes. I've got all 13 bolts, but some of these, like it's got the heads on the top for the brackets and stuff, I don't have that. So I guess what I'm getting at is I'm going to do the best I can. I know these are the bolts that come out of it. I'm just going to reuse them because that way I know I've got my year and everything. And if I got to take a bolt out, you know, maybe later to, you know, to hook a bracket up to it or something, which is possible, you know, it's not going to be as bad, you know, just to pull one out or something, change a bolt out or something. But as far as I know, this is really the best setup. I mean, I hadn't looked super hard, but I've looked pretty good, and this is what I come up with. I'm going to go ahead and use the mainly bolt length, the two biggest, even though my two biggest don't have the extension on top of them, you know, got two smallers, another couple of small. I'm going to use a process of elimination. The two that go, let's see, B and E, or B is one of the relatively small ones. That's the timing chain cover, or I mean the thing that goes over the harmonic balancer. You know, I'll try to put those in. I got A, those are the two bolts that go in up at the top, I think. I've got to look at it. I don't see A on there, but I think that's what it is. Oh yeah, there they are in the back. Those are the ones that go in the back. So I'm going to get all that taken care of, and I'll get back with you when I make some progress. Well, I've got my ultra gray. It's kind of what I got on hand, and I hear it's even good to use like on the bolts. I hear it's some, I mean, that's pretty good when you think about it. But okay, I'll put it on there. Kind of thin it down, and we'll do a real good job on this. And I know this stuff sets up pretty quick, but I'm not going to put it on super thick, but I will put it off just, you know, make sure it, you know, worried about leaks. I'm going to go around all the, this tube's already a little hard where I've had it so long. I'm going to go around all the holes and smoothen it out real good and make sure it's, don't leave any part like not really touched up good. And that's what I'm going to do, and just going to make sure I seal everything real good and not go overboard with it, but definitely not just paper, if you know what I mean. So I'm going to do that, and I'll get back with you. Okay, there go for it. Fortunately, I'm missing on the other side. That's good to go right there, I think. I did soak the timing chain in oil, but that has been a while. I may, just for the sake of it, throw a little bit of lube on there before I get the cover on there. I mean, I guess I could get it from, yeah. I'll just do that. I mean, it's already got soaked it in oil, but that's been a couple weeks ago. You know what I mean? And yeah, we just want to help out that timing chain all we can, because it's going to need it. That's for sure. But I did soak in oil, so I know that's a pretty good thing to do. So we're just going to make sure it has oil as opposed to not having it. Got plenty in there still. Okay. That's a good way to do it. Just run it up through there like that. I'm going to try to do this like this. I don't have anything to really help me per se. Gotta find out what's. See, not all that gasket touches. It throws you off a little bit. I mean, there's more gasket material on there than what actually has to be on there. So, yeah, all this seems to, well, not all of it, but some of it touches. Okay, all that touches. Around the holes, they all touch. Obviously, I'm probably getting a little heavy with it. Make sure all the part where the gasket actually touches the block, where it's going to get all the compression from the bolts being tightened in, that definitely needs to be tight, you know. This is some stout gasket maker, and the ultra gray. If I'm not mistaken, I think I might have read it wrong. But, okay, now this is weird. This is all open. All the other holes ever match up, except this right here. Maybe that's a later model. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna dress it up, do the best I can. In the back here, one here and one there. That's these two right here, and those are the short ones. I know those two, so that's what I meant by process of elimination. Unfortunately, I only got one dowel pin. That one started. Okay, now I know this is one right here. Okay, using one of the, I got 3 short ones, but they're not all the same shortness, if that makes any sense. But I'm going to use one of the short ones for the timing pointer. The E for the bottom one, which I got that one. It was already, I left it on there trying to be smart. And the other one is going to be one of my next in line short ones, one of the B bolts. So I'm going to use one of those. And working through process of elimination, the 2 shortest went up top, and we're just using process of elimination. Well, that's too short. That's not too short. Okay, so one of the longer bolts. Okay, that works. And it's for the top timing pointer bolt, and it goes into the block. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and do a little bit of it. There's other people that use this stuff as a sealer. It's ultra gray. I mean, I'm using it for everything. Sealing putting the gaskets on, everything. Whoops. And it's working. And I'm sure it may not even go into a water pump, but hey, it's when it comes to vibrations, it's supposed to get rigid and strong and kind of keep everything in. And I'm not torquing them down yet, but I am getting them snug in certain places. And plus all the stores are closed, and all I've got is the red Loctite, and it says I probably don't want to use the red Loctite, so another socket would be better, after the socket, but I'm just getting what I got while I got. This is what I use. Got the 2 back bolts, and I got it in my hand, so I'm just snugging everything. I'm not torquing them down. If anything, it's helping to squeeze that gasket maker in there pretty good. And yeah, just snug. And put a few on this side over here, and keep on it going. Okay, doing a little mock-up on my water pump first, make sure everything matches. So I'll show you that in a second. Well, I've got an old archaic motor, and this is what I got so far as matching the threads up, and I about lost it. And I'm just going to do like a retrofit just to see if it fits. I'm not going to put anything else on right now. I just want to see if my bolts will tighten down. And the two biggest ones seem to correspond right here and right here to that. Apparently they go into the water jacket. And this is going off different year 351 Windsor too, so that's another reason for the pre-fit, see what's going on here. And just trying to, yeah, it'd be great if everything did line up, but I'm not counting on it, but it would be great. Okay, so that goes there. Oh, that's wrong. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, you know that goes there. That goes there. We're allowing room for error. We're allowing a little bit of wiggle room here. So far, so good. There's so much. There's a there's a lot of room for error because of the difference in years, you know. But I am giving it my best. I'm going to try torquing these down, if anything, to flatten that gasket down where I got all that Permatex underneath. And then I'll worry about bolts and everything later, I guess. Not bottom down. Nope, that's as far as it goes right there. Okay. Okay. Easy peasy. Bottoming out good. It's already bottomed out. I feel like I want to use washers. You know. Maybe it came with washers, but it ain't got them now. That's possible. I'm pretty sure those are correct. Well, doggone it, I dropped one on the floor. I'm sure that's the medium right there. This is an oddball one. I'm thinking, you know, they lost a bolt or something and they just used whatever they could. People have had their hands in this motor before, obviously. Bearings looking good like they do, you know, within spec still. Tells me all I need to know. Now I gotta take all the bolts off and you know, torque everything. But that's gonna have to be another day. I guess I could go ahead and run a torque on them, even though there's no gasket sealer on there yet. But it's gonna be sitting for about a week. Okay, torque spec is for 15, and this is at 15. Okay. Now just for giggles, I wonder how tight I got with it. Probably did get tight with it. Yep. Okay. It's good to do a zigzag. Probably start from the inside out, maybe. I don't know. Okay, there's 15. Let's go to this one. $15. 15 is very light. I like taking my time because I think it squeezes out that stuff. There's your 15 foot-pounds. The ARP bolts I got, I'll use the washers off of them. They may be 12 points, but the washers are steel washers. And it's better than just putting the bare nut onto the water pump like that. So I definitely be using the washers off of them and call it good. Well, I am going to go ahead and take my water pump back off. Well, it's not a lot of foot-pounds anyway, so they will pop loose pretty easy. Now I'm just going to put washers on them. Some of them need them. That one does. This one does. You know, put Permatex on the gasket. And on the, there's like a plate on the back of the water pump. I may go ahead and give that some of the Permatex too, just to ensure everything is good and leak proof, where nothing leaks. The black is a good one. They even have special water pump Permatex, you know, for the water pump. But I'm going to stick with Ultra Gray. It's working good for pretty much everything I need, so I'll get it done and it won't leak. Well, I'll lay my water pump bolts down. That way I know how they go back on. There's a paper gasket in there, and I see other guys online, they yeah, there's a lot of places here without I mean, eventually it will tighten up, but I can see why they'd want to put a little black Permatex or something on it. I'm assuming these are probably torqued about 15 foot-pounds like everything else. I'll find out just by being able to pop these loose. It should be able to kind of just get an idea, you know. Yeah, they're on there pretty good. Yeah, they're pretty tight actually. They weren't loose. I think if I go at least like 20 or something, I'm good, because they were not easy to break loose. And I torqued the water pump down on the motor, and it come across, they come undone almost like they weren't even tight. If that tells you anything. So look at that awesome blue rotary design. That's cool. I'm just going to assume the water flow is the same direction. I mean, everything bolts up perfectly to the motor. So this gasket is going to go ahead and get some old Ultra Gray, and we're going to call it good. And of course, once I put this Permatex on, I'm going to, not like real quick like or anything, but maybe a little bit on the hastily side, put these bolts back in, torque them back up to spec. Yeah, Permatex the back side. Now I'm just going to line it up as good as I can and do this side, put it back on the back of the water pump, and we'll be ready to install it. This just ensures the plate don't leak, you know. We don't want no leaky plates. I'll put these back on. I know there's we got two right here. And we got one here. One here. There it goes. Easy peasy. Okay. I'm torquing those things down to about 25 or something, because I couldn't even break them loose hardly. Well, at least 20 or something like that. I'm gonna go ahead and torque them to here, that one's 20. And give it time to push some of that Permatex out, so I do it slow. There it is. Yeah, see, sometimes they move a little bit. Kind of weird. You know, you retorque them and they move a little bit. Let you know which way's front and which way's back just by the sheer design of it. So we're good. I'm gonna go ahead and permatex this stuff up. Oh wow. Line them bolt holes right up. Got some Ford racing head gaskets. They're a little bit thicker, and I think it'll help with like impurities on the deck surface of the block. And believe you me, I see them. And even fill them a little bit, but it held before. So, but that don't mean I can't. I'll try to fix it up a little bit. I'll go ahead and get this done. Get that. I'm gonna go ahead and get this ready, and we're gonna put that water pump on. I don't know. Some of these arc bolts, they got pretty good looking washers, you know, to go on the bottom of the bolt heads. And a lot of mine didn't have any, so now's a good chance for me to use them. At least the washers off the ARP bolts. You know, a lot of people will kind of acts like a Loctite, and I don't know if any of these water pumps go in the water jacket or not. Yeah, but it's not going to matter because I'm putting this on anyway. And I'm going to put it on all of them, especially these long ones. Throw a little bit like that. I'll squeeze out what I don't use, of course. A lot of people use this ultra gray for thread sealer, you know, to prevent leaks or everything. I mean, the whole gamut, I guess you could say. What? Oh, didn't mean to do that. Yep. Forgetting where I'm going. There. Put that in there like that. Possible this one maybe broke loose again, you know, for a harmonic balancer bolt, you know, to fit on real good. Or I mean the alternator or something. So I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of it on all of them. Water pump needs all the help it can get. Got it set for 22 foot-pounds. And you're supposed to do like a crisscross pattern. It'll be a while before I get there. I just kind of snug them first. I got that thread sealing on there too. Whoop, there we are. I like doing it slow. It just seems like it does better if you do it slow. Like it has time to squeeze all that stuff out of there. Squeeze in whatever it's going to do. There it goes. So it's flattening out all those gaskets, all that Permatex in there, and all that other good stuff. See how sometimes they slip and move a little bit more? The whole motor's been that way. The rod bolts, you name it, man. So I like going slow with it. Give everything time to squeeze out or whatever it's going to do. See? Here this one's moving. but you get the idea. 22 foot-pounds. Well, she's torqued to spec. I had to use one of the ARP bolts and didn't have a socket for that, but I just kind of guessed with my wrench. And it was a little bit too long, so I just got a bunch of washers and put behind it, and I think it'll be okay. It'll work. Well, I got me a new harmonic bouncer. I got some weights back here. I just want to make sure they're tight. I mean, I'm sure they are. Oh yeah, super tight. Just want to make sure they're tight. Don't want that kind of accident, you know. Here's a bunch of stuff that came with it. Looks like lock washers and everything. I'm just gonna put my harmonic bouncer on my stock motor and call it good. I put a little bit of lube on the seal the other day. I'm sure it's good. I'm gonna go ahead and put a little on the shaft too, and on the harmonic bouncer too, just to make sure everything's nice and slick. I think it's gonna fit. Okay, basically you just try to match up the keyway, and it kind of just fits automatically, to let you know. Yeah. Here we are. It kind of just fits into place. And then all we gotta do is, let's see, we'll get a little light oil on this. I'm sure there's a torque spec on it. I'm gonna have to go on a little bit more. As possible. What's going on? Oh God, yeah. What's going on? Easier than I thought. I've often wondered. I've seen people not have trouble with their harmonic bouncers, and that always throw me for a loop, because you know, I think something's wrong somewhere, you know. But yeah, they never have any trouble with it. Now basically you just kind of crank it on, hopefully not move the motor, you know. Try to keep the motor from moving, if it will. What's going on there? Got to be getting close. I'm thinking it just bottoms out, and then I put a torque on it. I mean, I hope I don't have to do all this shimming and stuff like that. I do got stock replacements. It would have been great for me to do that, probably. Like the OEM stock replacement without all the fancy hardware or something. I'm going to go ahead and see what the torque spec is on this thing. Okay, we got to torque this to 90 foot-pounds. Well, I'm going to put some Loctite on my harmonic bouncer bolt. Everything else is still kind of oily. I got the gel stuff, and I don't know how much is needed really. And there's so much oil in there anyway, so I honestly don't know. But we're going to give it a good torque spec. We got a little bit of Loctite in there, help us on our way. We won't need to be holding it for a little while. We're at 90 for a torque spec. I want to be on the downward swing when I'm trying to torque that bad boy. There it goes. I ain't doing much movement. There we are. There it is, 90. It ain't going nowhere. Oh, there's my little special contraption there. The little bolts can come out. They did their job. Now we're going to put the oil pump and the oil pan on and all that good stuff. I've been waiting to do that for a while. The sooner I get this thing buttoned up, the better off I'll be. Okay, I got an oil pump gasket, and it's cool, let you know which way's up. And it goes right there. Okay, I got me one of these new ARP oil pump drive shafts to go into the bottom of my distributor. This ring part is what goes towards the motor. Yeah, you can see it right there. That little thing right there. This goes right into it. Yeah, it's kind of in there. See this part right here? That's where the drive shaft for the oil pump rides. So make sure that's on there good. Should be. We'll use some extra lighting here. Okay. Make sure everything's good, and it is. There we go. Well, you know, everything's been just a perfect fit. I like that. 1/2 inch to get the job done here. A lot of people go ahead and just their added insurance, you know, they go ahead and put a little, you know, Loctite on their bolts. And makes a lot of sense to me. You don't want them vibrating loose. And it torques to 35 foot-pounds. And that gasket should still be pretty well in place, I hope. There it goes. I'll tighten these down and get back with you. Or at least hand tighten them and then torque them. I'll show me torquing them. Yeah, these pumps do have lock washers. These lock washers are so old they're almost flat. Probably could change the lock washers on them if you wanted. But yeah, Loctite will definitely help too. These are the original bolts. Okay, 35 foot-pounds. There we are. Do it a couple times and ensure it's right. Now we got the little pickup bolts, and they also get a little Loctite on them too for the screen. I'm gonna have to get me a pickup tube gasket, so that's what I'll probably end up just tracing one out, get that gasket paper, and then just trace one out and cut it out and use it. Well, I couldn't find the they used to sell them by the sheet, but now they sell them, I guess, in rolls. But it's the gasket material, that old blue Felpro. I just got a little old gasket to do, so I'm just going to cut some out with my scissors, just enough to do it. You know, it's the same stuff they make the gaskets with, but instead of, you know, if you're missing one, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Well, when I scraped the old one off, I got most of it come off in one piece. Not all of it, but we get a general idea how it goes, and I'll go ahead and trace that out. We got this circle right here. It's obviously that's what it is. Now I can turn it over. It's basically elliptical. I mean, it's the same on both sides anyway. May be a little different. I'm not sure. Kind of thinking it might be. Well, there we be. We just cut it out and we're in good shape, and we got our gasket. I'll probably use a straight edge razor or X-Acto knife. I got an X-Acto knife, and that'll help me cut the holes out. So that's probably what we're going to end up doing with that. Yeah, it's the same material as the gaskets. It's just you got to cut it out yourself. Yeah, these older model vehicles, I mean, by the time you order something, you know, your weekend's done spent, and that's all I got to work on things. So constantly trying to get things done the quickest way possible, you know, without sacrificing quality. And this is one of them. Just cut your own gasket out and be done with it, you know. There we are. Okay, I got some Loctite on these bolts. Got my gasket right there. Make sure not to block the oiling hole as much as possible. You know, definitely don't want to do that. Finger tighten these bad boys, find out what the torque spec is, and we'll be in business. These also have lock washers that are pretty old, so instead of replacing them, I'll just throw some Loctite on there. Here we are. 15 foot-pounds. Well, you can kind of see it. Right here in the corners. That's it. Well, here's one spot, I think. Yeah, it is. And of course, right here where the block meets the timing chain cover, here in the corners where the gaskets are supposed to seat. I'll put some there. Same with the back side, right here on the back, right there where the seal rides, where it meets the block. Good place to put some. Got a little bit of, I don't know, memory where it's been set, wrapped up, and it's been a little bit cantankerous. I'm gonna stretch this gasket out a little bit and I might even have to use a little Permatex in places just to get it where it's going to stick where I need it to stick. Like around through here. I don't want to. That one looks pretty good, but this one I may have to. I'm going to tighten them down, let it sit for a little while, let that Permatex get hard, then undo the bolts, and hopefully they'll stay in place. Then I'll just cap it off with the oil pan and tighten all the bolts back down on top of the seal. You've got so many like unpure places. I'm going to get up under here. Not going to put a lot, but I am going to put a little. At least around the common chain front cover anyway. Yeah. Okay, right in there. Right in there. Okay, it'll fit very good anyway. Put a little bead there. Make sure it's on there really good. Okay. Yeah, the junction areas. They see where the gasket wants to kind of ride up a little bit, like it's a little bit messed up or something. So that's where I'm going to put this, you know, to make up for it. It's almost like it's a don't fit right or something, like maybe their clearances are wrong or something on it. But I know it's rubber, you know, so that's going to affect the way it does anyway. Don't be much to hurt anything, but it'll definitely be, it'll be on there. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm doing. It dries so quick too, you know, you gotta be quick with it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and not wrestle it, is what I'm getting at. Because I don't have time to wrestle. Plus this stuff dries so quick, you really ain't got time to work hardly. Okay. Good enough. Kept on, we're not done with this stuff, so it's going to be used again and again, I'm sure. Going to use it on the intake, I know that. We're going to use this ultra gray to build our China wall with, so yeah, we still got some usages for it. Well, I'm going to go ahead and crank things kind of down and let things kind of fit into place. Then I'll undo the bolts and put the oil pan back on. Before I tighten those up, let me put some of the smaller ones. That one goes here. That one goes here. Here's a good spot for it. Uh-oh. Lined up real good. So I'm gonna let this Permatex kind of do its job and kind of help me out by letting it stick to the bottom of the motor, you know. See, that's a very hard fit. That can't even be normal. That can't be. But we're gonna make it work somehow. Could be a defective part. Is that one started? Yeah. So I got to do this to squeeze that Permatex out from underneath that gasket a little bit, so I can put the oil pan on later and be good to go. Well, here's what we got. Looking good to me. Now the oil pan will push these seals down. I'm gonna go ahead and do it now so that Permatex doesn't dry down in there. But yeah, it gets down in there in these corners. This side's good. Okay. I'll let that sit up for a little while. Won't take long. We'll come back, take the bolts out, put the oil pan back on, and it will go on rightly. Right back here and right there in them corners there. I ended up putting Permatex over all of it anyway, because the gasket just had too much memory. There we are. May not look pretty, but it ain't gonna leak. I know that. The gas got so much memory, I don't know what else to do. Except put lots of Permatex underneath that rubber gasket where it don't want to lay straight down on the motor, and then clamp it down with the oil pan, and make sure these seals are right here. See, it had so much memory, it was popping off of these, and it was a mess. The two-piece would almost been easier. So, or you know, yeah, two separate pieces and then two seals. But I'm gonna let that set up for a while, and I'll get back with you, and we'll go ahead and put that pan on. I'll just have to take all the bolts back out and put the pan on, and then bolt everything back down to spec. Well, I'm going to take all these bolts off and go ahead and thread them through my oil pan here that I got right here, and then put the oil pan on, and we'll be ready to put the heads and the intake on. Okay, again here, kind of like the junction between the oil pan right there and the we're supposed to put a little on the gasket itself right here in these corners here. Okay, that worked for me. And go to all four. It's right here in the corners. It's the place where, you know, if it wasn't just one solid gasket where it, you know, it'd have that's where it'd have the stuff at. Now we're just gonna put the pan on and start bolting it up. There. Now it's on. Gonna get the four corners started with a 1/2 inch nuts. That's simply for alignment. I just want to do that for alignment. They've been fighting me the whole way. They just will not let me do it. The measurements are a little off. That's what it is. And you're trying to really account for it, and it's not been easy. I'll get it, but it ain't easy. We're supposed to torque to 10 foot-pounds. I got a lot going on here. A lot of extensions. close that one this side and do this one. Still coming down, see. There it goes, finally. And we do them all that way. Even the smaller size, 3/8 or whatever they are. Well, I got a new nylon washer with the kit. I have a new nylon bushing here. You know, to prevent oil leaks. That's good. There we are. That ain't leaking anymore. Well, I'm lubing up my lifters real good. I'm going to go ahead and stick them in. Just lubing them up real good. So lubing up the lifter, lubing up the lifter galley that it rides up and down in. All that gets done real good. And then we'll go to the heads and the intake. Well, here's what the inner springs look like that you got to pull out. I've done one, so I've got 15 more to go. Basically, you just having to use the spring compressor again, take them off, take the center out with a pair of needle nose pliers, stick them back on. That's so I can break the cam in. I got one of those thumper cams. And since I've already done it once with the springs in, it's basically the same thing, except I'm pulling the spring out and putting it right back in. That way you can't lose your retainer clips or nothing like that if you do one at a time. So, well, here's kind of what I got going on. Got that one. Got one of them. And maybe just a little bit more to get the other one out. Basically all I'm doing is tightening it. That, and then of course I got to release it right here. See, right now it's locked in. Okay, I may have to just slowly undo it like this. As long as I can get something to work. The other deal is just too flimsy. Metal bending too much. This is a Harbor Freight. There we are. Take this off. I think I'm still in the camera. Yeah. Grabbing my needle nose, pulling these. Yeah, I got a little hasty. Didn't think about having to pull these out. But yeah, we're supposed to pull them out, and then you grab a little bit of it right here. But number 2. Now we simply put it back on. I left the retainer clip. What I'm doing, I want to break in my cam. And so now we just put it back on, put the sleeving mechanism right here, match it with the valve spring, go ahead and lock it in, start tightening her up, make sure it's on the valve, or the valve spring, or it ain't going to work. Now you start tightening up. Eventually it'll be low enough you can put the retainer clips back in, and we go on to the next one. That's how we roll. That's how we're rolling. I already see my retainer clips, so all I gotta do is grab them. They almost just fit by themselves, automatic. With the shorter part towards the smaller part towards the bottom, you already see me put them on. Okay. That one's in. Whoops. Now flipped. that oil I got on it. And it's from, okay, here's the other one. You seen me put them on close up before, same thing. A little bit more, it lets you know when it's deep enough. They just slide right in there. That was cantankerous, I got it. I went to the smaller size. I had the bigger size. I went to the smaller size. And it seems like it helps to try to make sure it stays centered. You know, like, you know, with the valve springs. You can kind of get like an idea by looking. Okay. With my magnets, pull out my retaining, my locks. Hanger clips, locks, or whatever you call them. One of the two. There it goes. I got my clips out. And my little inner spring out clutch on. There we are. I'm saving these over in the corner so I don't lose any of those. Now you simply put it back on. I find it easier to ratchet it, get it in the locking position, then tighten everything up slowly but surely. That looks low enough right there. Looks low enough. So you're going on a little bit crooked like. Okay. I think that's in. Most assuredly it's in. That's in. Which way's tightening? Ooh. Now. Okay, it's coming up. That one's a success. They're locked in. See? There we are. Going to the next one. It takes a while. Well, I'll keep doing this until I get them done. I got 2 heads to do, so. Well, I got one side done with the inner spring out. Just make sure they're set good. Then we're going to do the other head the same way, and then we're going to put them on the motor. I'm going to go ahead and get the heads on and make a little room in here and get them out of the floor. So, just kind of wipe everything down. Definitely a lot of oil. You know, I purposely used a lot of oil. But this this brake parts cleaner, it's like a good degreaser, and we kind of need that. A little bit of degreasing action going on. And, maybe you can do it again. It's amazing this stuff dries fast too. And just want to clean the deck off super good. It's real good and smooth, so.
I'm going to do the heads too. Now, I got the heads milled, but there's a little bit of stuff's kind of built up where it's been so long with me not putting them on. And so that's definitely not good. I've heard scary things about cam failure being like really, really bad, especially the hydraulic flat tappets. So we're supposed to do everything in our power to make sure it lives and not dies. They didn't have blowed head gaskets before, which is always good. You know, you can tell by looking if they were like partially blown or something like that, but they were in good shape. So okay, I'm looking how the heads are going. This is the top of the head down underneath, and this is the front of the motor, and the gasket says front. I don't know if you can see that, but it says front. And so I just want to make sure everything's good and the head's right, the right gasket, everything else. Oh, look at that. Perfect fit. Okay, so I'll go ahead and put this on the front of the motor. Now that we know that we got a perfect fit, you know, we got these little, I forget what you call them, dowel pins, I guess, kind of hold the gasket on. And remember which side says front. This side says front. Otherwise, I'd make a mistake real easy. Now the blue side on this side is underneath, which is fine. And we know it matches with the gaskets. All the holes line up. We know the front matches up with the head. I cleaned that off with brake parts cleaner real good. And now I can just like, you know, put the head back on. Make sure they're good and clean before you put them on, you know. We'll set it on the dowel pins. We've got some long bolts from underneath. I'm going to just start to kind of help hold it. Here's a small one up top. And that should hold it, keep it from coming off. So I still got to do the other head on the other side. Well, I don't know if you can see the torque limits for the head bolts. But yeah, it's 95 to 100 cylinder head bolts. Okay, you start off 95 to 105, and then from 105 to 112. And okay, that's for the cylinder head bolts. Now, they're saying, when I Google it, a lot of them say that the bottom bolts go through a head jacket. And it doesn't look like there was anything on the threads when I took them off. I'm just going to reuse the same bolts. Every short bolt I grab, when I look at it, I can tell it doesn't seem to have anything on it, really. Other than they could use a good cleaning, of course. But these are the short ones that go in the bottom of the head. And they're supposed to, supposedly, even sometimes, if it's not supposed to leak, they're saying it's possible, maybe through a crack or something, that the water could get where those bolts are at and try to work up the thread pattern and leak out that way. So I guess between water pressure and oil pressure, and I got high volume on both of those, I guess I could. So just to be safe, the lower threads, the shorter ones, I'm going to go ahead and put some thread sealant on it. You know, I've got 2 bottles of it, so just to be safe, because I hear mixed results. I see people put heads on and not even use it, and they don't seem to have a bit of trouble. It doesn't look like they've been used on these bolts, but just in case there's some kind of hairline crack where water can find its way up the threads or oil or something. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Use some thread sealant on them, just to be safe. I got my thread sealant. These are the lower bolts. I don't know how much of this I'm supposed to use. Any is better than none. Apparently it has some properties where it even swells a little or something, I think. I don't even know how far to go up. I guess all the threads. And these are the bottom ones, way down here on the bottom. Hand tighten them for now. You know. Some say just the last two. I hear so many things, you don't know what to believe anymore. But I'm gonna play it safe. I don't see any thread sealant, you know, from the past on any of them. But you know, I can put it on there, no problem. Not gonna hurt me a bit to do that. I bought more than what I thought I would need, because you never know. It looks like it sets up like Teflon tape a little bit. I get that, it feels a little bit like it. Get that back down in there. Luckily, I think all the short ones are the same size. I think all the long ones are too. But it does have kind of a plasticky feel. I guess when it starts to dry, you know, it turns into something like that. So I don't know. But it's definitely more than I'll ever need for that one. Now they say just the lower ones. I'm not even gonna worry about doing the top ones. Okay, we got the bottom ones. Went ahead and put the thread sealant in. Well, we got 5 up here too. 5 shorter bolts and then 5 longer bolts. And I don't know about putting anything like on them. Get a torque spec out of them. I may look into it before I tighten them up, but I will get them started. We're going to do one head, and you just figure the other head goes the same way. You saw earlier where I took the valve springs, the inner valve springs off, and just make sure I've done them all. You know, weird things like that happen. Okay. These are the bolts that come off of it without a blown head gasket. They're going back on without a blown head gasket. So I'm good with using the same bolts. Okay, here's our torque sequence. You go 1, 2 on the 2 middle ones, 3, 4 on the 2 right ones, 5, 6 on the 2 left ones, and then the furthest ones out 7, 8, and then 9 and 10. And you do it in this, and then you do it in the first to 85, second to 95, and then finally 105 to 112. So, well, I may go ahead and use some of this ARP assembly lubricant. I mean, I've got it. I might as well use it, right? It's supposed to help get with accurate torque readings. Of course, I'm not going to use all the bottom ones, of course, but I just put some on these top ones. And supposed to help you get a better torque, I guess, because it's a lubricant, so it's gonna. A lot of people use oil, even 30 weight oil, but I'll use this fastener assembly. I'll never probably ever use it again for anything else, so I'm gonna use it. Might as well use it for on these head bolts, I guess. It don't take much, just a little, just to go around the head, you know, the head bolts. And you know, by doing the twisting action while you're tightening it in, I'm sure it ends up going all the way around. So basically what you do, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's how you do it. So, and we're set at 85, which is the first one that we're supposed to do. I like to take my time, let that lubricant slide, and seems like you get a better torque. Whoa.
I'm just going to do it until it pops. There it goes. Just work your way out. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay, there's 85. Well, I use that ARP lubricant, so it seems like it's bottoming out faster, which I guess that's a good thing. Okay. Yeah, get a little bit more movement. Now we go up to 112, and then we're done with those bad boys. Now I'm at 112. Same torquing sequence. See, sometimes I like to do it more than once. It seems like they move a little. So I take my time, let things slide. Well, one thing that kind of threw me for a loop at first was see how the spark plugs go towards the rear on the driver's side. So you can definitely see how they're going to the rear. And then come over to the passenger side, and spark plugs are facing towards the front of the motor on the passenger side. And I thought that was weird, but they said it's normal and it doesn't hurt functionality, and it's made that way. So for whatever reason, spark plugs on the driver's side go towards the rear, and it affects, you know, where you put your spark plug wires due to length, you know, concerns. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to use my magnet and pull these lifters out, and I may soak them in oil for a little while. I may even, you know, push the plunger in a little bit, get a little bit of that oil down in the lifter, because they're having so much trouble with, you know, cams being wiped out for some reason. And I wouldn't doubt if it's the assembly lube a little bit. I mean, it's so thick, the lifters don't hardly want to spin. It's that thick. It's actually possibly could be causing the lifters not to spin. So I'm going to pull my lifters out, probably soak them in oil a little bit, maybe try to get some oil in them. Since I have non-adjustable rocker arms anyway, this year doesn't have adjustable rocker arms, so I don't think it's going to matter to me whether I do or don't. But I'm going to pull all my lifters out, and I use the heavy duty that assembly lube, break-in assembly lube, that Lucas assembly lube. Maybe it's not the culprit, but they're wiping out a lot and they're not spinning. The lifters are wearing out. Some say it's the comp cam lifters themselves, you know, from comp cams. I don't know, so I'm going to check it to make sure they're not straight on bottom, and lube the bores up real good with just oil, probably 30 weight or something. I've got some synthetic oil anyway that I'm probably going to use to break in, which is not advisable. A lot of people are against that, but it's what I have, and all I got to do is, it's not like I bored the cylinders out any. They had a crosshatch pattern already where somebody else got into it not too long ago. The bearings are oversized, but they're within spec. Checked them with checked the rings with my feeler gauge. They're in spec, and using my plastic gauge, you know, of course you saw that. They were in spec, my bearings were, so everything's good. I think the rod bearings allow for even a little bit more clearance, but everything is good as far as that stuff. But I just want to make sure my lifters spin. They got to spin. And I seen where somebody on YouTube actually used a red marker to put on the end of his push rod to make sure his push rods are spinning, and that means the lifter's turning around on the cam like it's supposed to. And if it's doing that, I'm good. The only thing, I'd have to have my valve covers off, but I'm not worried about a little bit of oil droppage. But I'd love to make sure my lifters are spinning, and that's what's the main problem. And this assembly lube, it sticks good, it doesn't drip down, but that could be its downfall. It could be causing some of this, I'm thinking, because I can't hardly turn the lifters around right now as it is, and that's the assembly lube. So I'm going to take my lifters back out, soak them in oil, maybe use the plunger a little bit on them to get them going, and then I am going to lube the lifter bores with just regular oil, and I'm gonna go with that. It's gonna be that break-in oil, but it's definitely gonna be oil. The assembly lube, I'm wondering about it because it's so thick and it sticks real good in it, and it's hard to turn. It's hard to turn a lifter by hand inside the bore. So I'm gonna try the oil. Well, since I got a non-adjustable valve train, I'm going to go ahead and take my lifters out right now and probably pump them with oil. My magnet's just strong enough, but barely. Well, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to put them in oil and maybe even pump them up a little bit. And I'm just using this to fill any holes, and I definitely got quite a few, actually. Yeah, these Windsor blocks, they're made to, I guess, lube themselves really good. There's a lot of stuff in there, so just don't want nothing getting anywhere. Plus, I want to try to be neat with it if I can be. Easier said than done, of course. I think watting's better than trying to fold it or anything. I'm going to do the best I can to keep material from going down in there. I may have to even tuck a little bit more down in there. Wet it down real good. It will dry real fast. And basically what we're going to do is take all the rust off, especially around these ports right here. I mean, they're real rough. You can feel it. So I'm just going to grab some of that old rust off there with fresh metal and call it good. I'm finding out which holes don't go nowhere. This one, no hole nowhere, not on the sides. Okay. So, but these middle ones right here, they go down into the block. So this is an oil hole. These don't go nowhere. But other than that, all these port holes, yeah, they definitely. They definitely do, for sure. So, go ahead and block these off. I got my lifters covered, paper towels and stuff, that whole valley down there, and we're just going to do a good job, thorough job. Mainly these around here is where the rust is from the water. They kind of looking pretty bad. And I'm pretty sure this is the medium. It felt like it was the medium anyway. Well, looks good to me for the round there. If I shut my eyes, I can't feel anything. So it's pretty good. I like putting the paper towel down low enough where I can get it without the blowing up on it. I like using the medium because I have a little bit more control over how much is being ground off at once. There's a coarse, there's others. Yeah, looking good enough. That's working. See how I'm doing that. I'm afraid they're gonna work for that one. I'm just gonna go through and do them all, and I'll show you what that side looks like. Probably better to hold it flat when possible. I think there's an advantage to that. And this is the medium grit. I just have more control, and I'm not eating away all the metal. I've got a little bit of control over it. Those head gaskets too bad. My intake gaskets got to sit on these, so I don't want to bend them up real bad. That would be horrible. Make sure everything comes out nice and easy. This actually works surprisingly well. Well, I kind of blew everything off, of course, and I'm just going to take all this stuff up. Looks pretty good and clean to me. Okay, I got these Velcro gaskets. They're pretty good about letting you know which side is up. You know, they have like the Ford does it too. They have like the blue stripe pattern. Well, these supposed to right on the corners on the back of the pretty good match, but well, it's got the little oil, the water things. It's supposed to expel water. That's kind of cool. It's got the little, you know, in case you spring a little bit of water, it'll leak it. It'll wick it out to the outside. It's got a groove for it. And I like that. I really do. My other choice is Chinese gaskets, and although they're a lot thicker. They're more like paper. They kind of bend a lot more. A lot of plastic on them. But they don't have that little safety. Yeah, they got that little safety wick too. But it's not really grooved out. It's just like it's cut out. I don't know what the deal is with that. Something kind of tells me to go American when I can. You know, bad experiences, you know. The Asian ones seem like they're more paper and less something else, if that makes any sense. They both have something like steel in them a little bit. I can see you have to look kind of close. If you look real close, well, you can see it. Like a little flat thing of steel with paper on both sides of it. And that's your difference in thickness too. You see well, not much, but yeah, it's definitely, they both got like metal in them. But I know you can't go wrong with Velcro, really. Let me debate on this. Well, one thing I've been running into a lot, ran into it on the oil gasket too. I got it off eBay. It's supposed to be a single piece. But see how there's so much under here? Yeah, right here, it's a little off, see? You got all this metal right here, and it goes up under here. You know, it's not matching up good. you know, makes you want to cut some of this off, where it's kind of like it's over this way, it's over that way too much. Then you go over here and kind of the same thing, it's over that way, but now you got all this up under here that's being covered up. So yeah, everything else matches up. Probably still use them, do a little bit of trimming with some knives or something. But Felpro, these Felpros are a lot thinner, which I'm sure adds to the amount that they could leak. But by George, they match up better. See how that is? That's a good match. It matches up a little better. Same kind of problem here though, a little bit. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But the Felpro are thinner. They do match up a lot better. I'm going to use the Felpro. They're thinner, but I'm going to put Permatex on there. Clamp them down real good. There's less margin for error because they're not as thick. But the portholes line up better, so I think I'm going to go with it. I'll be darned. The intake's got the same thing anyway. So, heck. I'm good. I'm just going to mount that bad boy up and put my intake on. Of course, I got to clean my intake off. The Felpros are the perfect fit. It's a little bit thinner, but it should get the job done. I'm not going to deviate if it's got it. It's supposed to be there. So those are the gaskets I'm using right there. Well, I've had my lifter soaking in oil, and I'm going to definitely prime the motor, and that way my main goal is to make sure those lifters spin when they're going up and down under the rocker arms, you know, with the push rods going up and down on them. And that's my goal. I'm going to lube those bores with oil and maybe not use the, you know, super thick stuff per se, really. I checked the lifters. They do have the spiral action underneath. They don't look like they're completely flat underneath. You know, I matched the two bottom of the lifters together. Seems like there is a very, you know, a little bit of play there, which I guess is when the lobe's going up and down and the lifter is spinning. That's got to be, you know, it's got to be perfect pretty much. But I'm probably going to go ahead and just get a little bit of oil on my finger and go through, although I've lubed the heck out of this anyway, with pretty much everything. I'm just going to make sure there's plenty of oil on there. I know the cam has got assembly lube and all that, so we're going to prime it. So I'm doing everything in my power to make sure this thing doesn't blow up on me or, you know, wipe the cam out. The only thing is I'm probably using the lifters I'm not supposed to use, top cam lifters, but they do look good from what I've seen. Maybe I'm hoping enough people called them out on it that by the time they got to me, they got everything straightened out. That's my hope anyway. I'm going to go ahead and lube all my lifter bores. I'm going to stick all my lifters in one by one. And oh yeah, they seem to just drop a lot easier too. But there's a tight clearance on those lifters. You can feel it. If you don't get it just right, they'll bind up a little bit for a second. You know, I've noticed that. So oh, that one went in. Sometimes you got to help them out a little bit. There it goes. Doesn't hurt to kind of spin them as you get them in there. Oh, I did kind of get a little bit of a, I got an old push rod and kind of plunged them a little bit under the oil. Thinking that might have helped a little. And honestly don't know about that. Okay, I got my brake parts cleaner. I don't want a lot of dripping going on, so I'm just gonna kind of go around here. See, it's still digging some stuff up, but I think it's where I got my little sander on it, bringing some of that stuff up. You know, I'm gonna take my time and try to get this stuff up and be neat about it. Well, I use my little surface conditioner right here for the fuel pump. I didn't show that, but yeah, I didn't put it on. Haven't put my fuel pump on yet. There we go. A lot of junk inside the motor, that's for sure. Clean the surface off. There's an oil sending unit right here. I figured I'd go ahead and be smart and change that out, you know, before I put the oil pump on. But in the meantime, I'm soaking it because I can't break it loose. It's stuck fast. But I'm soaking my push rods in oil, just on the ends. And then I'll go ahead and install my rocker arms. So far, all my push rods seem to be the right length. Thank goodness. But I got my old ones if I need them. And I'm comparing them to my old ones. And they're in fine shape. They're the right size, in other words. Make sure all your push rods are in the lifter boards are real good. And as soon as I get that oil sending unit off, I'll change it out and then put my fuel pump on. That way I'll be ahead of the game. Yeah, I let it sit in PB Blaster all night and it didn't help at all. It's in there like scarily bad, you know. So I'm going to try to find a socket. If I can't find a socket, I don't know, a pair of vice grips or something. Something's got to give. Well, let's see what I can do with a pair of vice grips. I don't know. They say sometimes you can try to tighten up a little bit. Oh, there goes my motor trying to spin over. That figures. No, it moved. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're only like 20 bucks. Probably should have got the one that you read a gauge with, but I don't know. I may stick natural for a little while. It's going into an 83 truck and it didn't have a gauge. It had the light. So I think it's the same bolt pattern. It's supposed to be. Yeah. See, it just goes right in. Well, mixed reviews. Some say do, some say don't. Some say don't because it's supposed to ground to the engine block. And I can see that being kind of feasible. So, although it says thread sealant could be used to prevent weeping, but it is supposed to ground to the block. They even say Teflon tape is supposed to be used sparingly. Use just about like that. That's enough anyway, because you figure the thread's going to go all around and around. I'm just gonna, they say not to put it on the end. Definitely not put it on the end. Well, that's where your little hole thing is. I guess to kind of help get you a good reading. So, yeah, you definitely don't want to put it anywhere on the tip. And that's good enough for me. And it has a tapered design anyway, so it's supposed to help with, I guess, leaking. And that sealant should help with that. I'm gonna go snug, and that's about it on it. I'm not gonna go crazy with it, you know. I'm gonna go till it gives me a little bit of resistance, call it good. I'm done. There she be. Yeah, hats off to PB Blaster. Man, this stuff, it's great for, like, I don't know how it does it, but it penetrates down in there on them top bolts you can't break loose, and it helps you all of a sudden be able to break them loose. Some good stuff. Okay, I'm gonna put my, I got ultra gray, it's what I've been using. Put on super thin. I'm gonna go crazy with it. I'd rather put on this and on the fuel pump, because chances are probably greater that the fuel pump might be straighter than this engine block. I mean, I did kind of grind it, but I didn't grind it hard either. And a lot of other people do it this way. I've seen some online put it on the fuel pump side. Seemed like it wouldn't hurt to put it on both sides, if they had to, but yeah, you can get carried away and put it on too thick too. You don't want to do that. Although it'll probably just squish out. We're not going to take all day doing this. And I don't think it has time to really get hard, per se. Okay, it looks pretty good. I got on the inside of the hole. Probably even more so. And yeah, it's pretty good. That looks good to me. I'll line it up with the hose a little better. Yeah, look at that. What a perfect fit. I'm going to go ahead and use some more of our assembly lube. Get it on there. Yeah. That's what's going to ride on the cam. Or the eccentric, I should say. Okay, we want to get below the eccentric. Okay, I'm going to put a little bit of sealer on these bolts. That's probably all you really need anyway. Not much. I'm Mr. Overkill though. I will put more than what is needed. I've done that a lot. Okay. Yeah, I put thread sealant. Well, this works to tighten them up. I think it's 28 foot-pounds or something. Well, it's tightening up good. I think it's 28 foot-pounds or something. Well, I've got an extra bolt here that fits, so I'm going to use it for a dipstick tube. For a little extra support there. And I think the alternator is supposed to ride right in front of that, so yeah, it's pretty good that I go ahead and secure it, I guess. Well, I bought the direct replacement for what I've got, and see, the used ones I might could used, but basically on these, a 351 Windsor, you just put that in there like that. And then something that it didn't come with is, on mine, it's got this little bridge. So I'm going to clean these up and I'm going to reuse these bridges. I don't know if there's a right way or a wrong way to put them on. They look the same on both sides. But I can tell by looking, where they were at. Plus I've got plenty of bolts in case I lose one. But they come with their own bolts. And yeah, pretty good outfit. A direct replacement for the stock. So I'm tickled to death. I just got to assemble everything and oil them up real good before I put them on there, of course. Yeah, like here's my old ones. And it would ride up on there like that underneath. And it would work two rocker arms. and it may be important to use it, but it didn't come with any, so I don't know, but I'm definitely going to use them. And apparently it doesn't matter. This is the only thing I don't have when I bought my rocker arms, is this little bridge type deal. So the intake and exhaust valve, rocker arm valve push rods, the rocker arms, they fit in there. So my job is to clean it up real good, and I'll install a couple of them. I'll let you know what's going on. I got zinc infused oil, but I'm going to add a zinc additive to my oil. That's Lucas Zinc Plus, designed for classic hot rods race engine. It's a whole lot of zinc. You put one in the oil pan, and I'm gonna run it for a little while with the with the light valve springs. Although it's synthetic, I'm just gonna do the best I can with what I got. Go ahead and put a little bit down in here. There's places in here for it to get down below the rocker arm, of course. You know, it's about oil getting everywhere is what it's all about. And of course, you remember I did put some oil on top of them. That should help. Just make sure your push rods are down there on top of them lifters. That'd be a horrible mistake to make. I might go ahead and torque these down one at a time. I might. Okay. This is pretty good stuff, and I'll definitely use it on this. The valves already got some on them, and I guess I could put a little on underneath there. Okay, I gotta wait until the rocker arms are on the base circle to install them. Basically where the lifters are like really low, which a lot of them are right now, and be a good time to torque them down. The torque spec is 23 foot-pounds on the base circle of the cam lobe, which is the opposite part of the upper part of the cam lobe. You know how we did our degreeing and everything. We got our base circle, and then you got your top of the cam lobe. And so we're going to tighten them up on the base circle part of the lobe of the cam, where the lifter is at its lowest, for a more accurate torque. We do reuse these. They are the rocker arm fulcrum alignment guide is what they're called. And without them, these little square things that dance around on that where you bolt them down and torque them down, so they have to ride in there, like like that. That's how they got to ride in there. Very important. Okay, the V, this is a little bit bent somehow, but the V means it points towards the valve spring, which means points down. And apparently there isn't a little bit of alignment difference there, and so you definitely want the V to be pointing down towards the valve spring. Here's another good example. That's a better example. It's not bent. Okay, V's a little sideways on that one, but that, you definitely get the idea though. It's downwards. So all it says is RC. There's no V or nothing. That don't help. Okay, now I got to figure out what the RC means, or right center or something. I don't know. Kind of get an idea maybe from the imprint which way it goes, maybe not. But I'm going to look into it. Well, the simplest way I can tell which way it goes is which side has the oil residue on it. And to me, it looks like the bottom has more oil than the top part does. Can't really go by that, but like say for instance on that, definitely a lot more oil on the bottom than on the top. And I got a couple more examples. Good thing they're not clean. I guess you can get a better idea how they go, because we know oil rides down on the bottom and not on the top. Now some of them I did a good job cleaning on them, but still you can tell the oil lays down on the bottom a little bit more, And so that'll kind of hint me off in the right direction. Basically, I see how the letters are wrote. That keys me in. Maybe it don't matter, but Google said it does. So I've got a little blue Loctite. Instead of getting it on the threads and getting a little bit on the rocker arms, I'm gonna go ahead and put a little bit down in the thread holes, and it'll be a whole lot easier to, you know, as it screws down, it'll get its share, in other words. Now all I gotta do is assemble my rocker arms, put them down in there over that Loctite that's in the screw holes, and don't have to worry about getting it all over the rocker arms when I'm trying to, you know, get the thread started. That goes through the push rod, then that goes through the fulcrum alignment guide, and I put some lube underneath, you know, so it turns real easy. Now the screw goes through like that, and there you go. It ain't going nowhere. So, and now we do the other one, then we can put it on the motor. And just make sure you take your time and don't put nothing on the wrong side. You know, there's some lubricating lines that go up towards a push rod on this little thing that the screw pushes down on. Yeah, just remember the narrower side goes up towards the push rod, and then it goes in your rocker arm like that, and then the bolt goes through, and then that rides on the little fulcrum alignment guide. Yeah, I like doing it that way a lot better. Make sure you get those screws started, you know. And I'm just gonna, well, kind of like hand tighten, you know, just snug them up. 9/16 bolts. So we're going to keep doing this, and then we're going to start torquing them down when the cam is at its lowest point, I guess. There's a few of them I can do at a time, so and I'll probably mark down which ones I do so I don't mess nothing up, you know. Okay, these go to 23 foot-pounds. Already there on that one. I don't know, that's not right. Got too much wiggle. That Loctite, you might want to be careful about using that stuff, because if it gets hard before you get it done, you're going to have false readings. You won't be able to torque nothing down or nothing. I'm having a time with it. No fun indeed. I'll let that stuff get a little hard and put it all on at once, and shouldn't have done that. Thought I had more time than that, but there's that one. That one. I had the 1979 non-adjustable rocker arm, so they torqued to 23. And I go back and redo them. I might make sure that Loctite's, some of them ain't even bottomed out yet, and they're like doing some weird stuff, you know, so I gotta double check. Oh, these are pretty good. Well, I mean, they move a little. I guess that's normal. Well, that's what I got so far, but I'm gonna turn it a little bit more and see what else goes up and what else goes down. Okay, the couple of valves are dwelling right now. And it's a good time for me to make adjustments on them. Number 4, the first one. Okay, it's all the way down. Okay. Let me torque on that bad boy. It may not be a big difference. It may. Who knows? 23 foot-pounds. Nope. Not a big difference. Let's try number 2, which that one's not been done yet. It's down really low. Oh, see, it's still had to torque a little bit. Okay, let's see. It is. Let me redo this one and see what it's at. Yeah, they ain't moving. This one's down really low. That's okay. That one ought to be pretty good anyway. Let's see. 23. Not moving much. Okay. We got to turn it a little bit more. I think I already got 2. I already got that weight. Let me try this one and this one. See where it's at. Wait, this one right here. Yeah. I think I already tried to check this one. Okay. Oh shit. These deep wells or something else. I tell you what. I'm just going to keep checking them. When they all start saying the same thing, I know they're all torqued right. All torqued to spec, the non-adjustable valves I have. I've got me a 5/16 bolt, and look at that, distributor fits right down in there. The oil pump drive shaft fits nicely. Okay, we're going to prime the motor with this. It's kind of a wobbly setup, but I'm going to put some electrical tape, something stout, and on this end too, to keep the socket from like dropping down in the motor or something. So I'm gonna fit this up, and we're gonna go counterclockwise because that's the way the distributor goes on these Fords, these small block Windsor Fords. You go counterclockwise, the motor turns clockwise, but the distributor goes counterclockwise. Well, I got my royal purple. And I'm probably going to go ahead and put my oil filter on and fill it up a little bit with this purple stuff. And I hope it holds. I really do. Well, I'm going to go ahead and throw my Zinc Plus in there and hope for the best. Well, everybody uses a drill, but you don't have to. I'm just going around and watching my rock arms fill up. Look at that one. Oh, I just shot out a bunch right there. They're all filling up on this side. And ain't that cool? You can see it. You have to get kind of close. You can definitely see them. See them, they're all pumping up. That is cool. They've all, you know, they kind of leak back down a little bit, you know. And plus I don't have my valve covers on. And getting a few little droplets here and there. But
It's pretty good. They've got a little some in it, but those last two, I'm gonna turn the crank and do a little bit more until I'm getting oil to all of them. And all I'm doing is just literally just not even very fast. I burned up a drill for nothing by using a drill, trying to do it real quick. Well, this motor's primed. They're all getting the royal purple. They're all getting it. And the zinc additive. We're good. It's primed. These gaskets line up real good. That's pretty good. The good thing is these gaskets actually line up. See, I've got my ultra gray Permatex, and put a little bit around these water ports. I know the gaskets match up good with the aluminum intake, but so that's good. So it lays right on there. Line the gaskets up real good. It's actually fine right there. As good as that's gonna get right there. Everybody says don't use the cork gaskets on these china walls. And so that's what I'll not do. Good and dry. Good and dry. They say go pretty quick with it, or thick with it. As good as that's gonna get right there. I'm gonna go around here too, because on the intake, that's all you got is this little part right here. And it's kind of weird that way. Get a little nervous, probably went a little bit thick with it. Nerves do that to you. Truth be known, it probably doesn't even hurt that this gasket stuff sits for a little bit. Sets up a little bit. Let's go ahead and do this china wall thing here. So you want it kind of thick. Thick enough, That's probably more than good enough right there, I'm sure. And I'm sure of it. Plus that will set up for a little bit. This will be great. On the other side, I guess we're going to make sure we get the corners good too. Try to get some bolts started. That one started.
That one started. I think the long ones go in the corners, like right here, I would assume. I may be wrong. The long ones probably go around in, crap, maybe up here or something. Okay, I don't know. Let's see. Short ones are working. See if the long ones work. If they do, that'd be great. .351 Windsor has, pretty sure it's 1/2-inch bolts, and I'm just going to torque them down now. Okay, they torqued. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, I gotta mash this old gasket down. Okay, here's my intake manifold torque sequence. And I'm going to do those in various stages as far as torquing. But you see, one is over here, then two is way over here. The second from the front on the left, and the second from the back on the right, and then 3 and 4, and then 5, 6, 7, 8. Pretty cool. But we're going to torque it that way, and we're going to go in increments. First is going to be 10 foot-pounds. Then 18 foot-pounds and 25 foot-pounds. So we're gonna go the sequence 3 times: 10, 18, and 25. Okay, we're at 10 foot-pounds, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna end up putting sealer on the bolts, but I'm gonna take them out one at a time and then just torque them back in. Yeah, 10 foot-pounds is pretty light. I'll tell you what. Let's see, here, go around once. You're at 20. Okay, go back down to 0 again, you're at 10. So that's right, okay. See if this one's at 10. What it is the click is so light that I actually broke that bolt. There's 10. You can barely hear it. I broke the bolt because I couldn't hear the snap. That's how light it is. 2 is over here. Tighten my hand first. Okay. Probably already at 10. Let's see. No. There it goes. So there's 2. Now we got to go to 3, which is this one right here. There's 3. Now 4 is this one. Here's 4. Okay, now 5 is
way down here, which I think it's already done. So let's see. Yeah, that's 5. Okay, now 6 is this one right here. Okay, 6 is done. Okay, now we're looking for 7 is way down here in the back. Here we are. There's 10. 11, which is this one. Okay, now we go to 12, which is this one right here. Okay, and now we start over again. But now we're going up to 18, 11. Moving a lot. All I'm doing is retorquing them to 25. It's got to be that doggone gasket. It's got to be the gasket. That ultra gray. 11. Okay, then 12 is this one right here. There we are. And probably I might retorque them one more time. Let this sit for a little bit and figure out what they mean. Do I need to wait or just keep doing it right now and then call it good after about 3 times? So that's kind of what I'm wondering. So I'm going to Google it and look up. In the past, when I've retorqued, I'd just retorque them like a month later or something. But I'm going to find out what's going on. Well, yep, I read it. I keep forgetting to go on the phone. I guess I assume it's on or something. It's weird. But here it says, see, while some mechanics may only do it once, it has come to recheck the torque multiple times, sometimes 3 to 5 times over the first few 100 miles, as the gaskets, especially cork or paper, will compress and allow the bolts to loosen. Well, I'll tell you what, I've already did it like 3 or 4 times right here. And every time, and I'm just staying right at 25 foot-pounds, and I'm having to keep retorquing them. I've done it 3 times. You see how much that torque wrench is moving. So what I think I'm going to do is wait till like maybe in the morning or something, and check these bad boys again, retorque it again, and then maybe do it again after a few 100 miles. I think it's all that, you know, the gasket material, you know, the Permatex, the ultra gray. Along with the design, it's kind of like in a valley a little bit, you know, right there. So I'll retorque it again, you know, maybe tomorrow or something, or I might do it again tonight. Yeah, check it out. I only waited like about 10 minutes or so. I started to retorque them again, and the torque wrench is moving again. Same pressure, 25. I just did this one. Still moved a little. Okay, 1. Now 2. Check this out. And literally, it's not even the morning yet. Okay. Well, that one's good. Okay. Now 3. This one right here. Okay. See how much it moves. You'll be surprised. Look at that. This is just 10 minutes. Retorquing it after 10 minutes. There's 3. There's 4. I kind of wonder what's going on. That's weird. Well, Not really. I mean, I've retorqued them, but I usually don't do it like 3 and 4 and 5 times in one night. Okay, 4. Now, 5. Trim at 25. Look at that. 25. I mean 5. Now 6 is right here. That's the odd one again. That we just torqued 6. Number 7 is this one right here. Look at that. Okay. Okay, now 8 is this one. It's just 25 foot-pounds, folks. And look at that. That's a good one. There it goes. Okay, that was number 8. Number 9. Way down here. Number 10 is right here. Number 11 is this one. Look at that. It's weird. Okay. Number 12 is this one. And then I'll wait till tomorrow to do it again. There we are. Well, let's see what it does today. 1. Let's see how much it moves today. Oh, not at all. But a little. 2. It's moving now, all of a sudden. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's 3. And 5. That one's moving. Look at that. Good. Yeah, these water jackets are probably, they're in there pretty good. They're not moving. Well, they are a little. 9 is the odd one. And 10, I'll go back with a ranch for number 9. And 10 is much movement. And 11. Okay. And 12. There we are. I just got my valve covers on temporarily. But there's some stuff that goes on the intake. I mean, of course, you got this also.
and I may go ahead and do that real quick. But you've got things for your carburetor to hook to right back here, and a few things like that that I got to hook up. I'm going to take one out at a time, just like I put them in, I'm going to use a torch sequence on it. I am going to put thread sealant on each one. It recommends to do that. Number 1. I'm going to torque it down to spec, and that's kind of how I'm going to roll with it. Make sure I'm at 25. Apparently that thread sealant is like very, very crucial, because when I Google it, it says definitely to use it. So that's 25. That's moving again. That's weird. I guess that sealant got in there. Start doing this thing. There it is again, moving. Oh, you can't tell what is what because everything is. You gotta wait for a second. It's still at 25, and look at that. Well, I'm wondering if I ought to go up about 5 extra foot-pounds. I've heard of people doing that. You know, instead of 25, go up to 30 and call it good or something. But I'm going to go by what Google says. Number 2 with the thread sealant on it. Okay, here's the first time. Now give it a second. It's like that sealer lubricates it a little bit or something. And okay, now I'm still on 25, but watch this. Well, okay, well, that worked. Okay, now I go to number 3. Well, you get the idea. I'm going to undo each bolt in the sequence that I torqued them up, put thread sealant on it, and torque them back down to 25, and I'm leaving the other ones compressed in too. So I'm just doing one at a time. So, that works for me. You can tell there's a little bit of a, you kind of like a little bit of a rising, and you can feel it too. So I don't want to go crazy and dig that down and cause it to leak or anything. I'll put the paper gasket on, Permatex the snot out of it, and see that ought to work. Oh, and of course I'm going to put the thermostat in first too, you know. It seems like a little seat and then it goes into it. Let me go ahead and put some ultra gray on that thermostat pump housing. I'll go ahead and put some on here. It's going to be very, very little. It's not a lot. Okay, according to that design, it goes like this. So I need to go like, need to go just like, that's how it goes. That one started, definitely a ½ inch, so. Or just snug it up, call it good, and kind of remember in the back of your mind it's aluminum, you know. That helps. I didn't use any kind of sealant, but it's a thermostat. I mean, I've never used anything like that before, so I'm sure we're good. Probably about like a water pump bolt, about 50. Shoot, I forgot what the water pump bolt is. Probably something like that though. Well, that's all I dare go as far as, you know. That's good enough for me. Oh yeah, that ain't gonna leak. Oh yeah, that's a 180 thermostat, by the way. Well, there's my hose set up. It's got a little bit of a buckle right there. I don't like that too good. I don't know how to solve that except maybe shorten it. Heck, I might do that. That may, I gotta do something. That's a little bit odd. That's a weird thing about them. They always got that little bend right there, and a lot of times this rubber, it just wants to crack over and narrow the hole. You don't want to just like make a smooth bend. Yeah, putting a few odds and ends on. Put the studs for the carburetor to mount on into the intake. I got to put something here. There's like an adapter, which gets a sensor on the top of it. I mean, I use what I can to get the vehicle running. And right here is another piece off the other intake I need to get. And from off of that, I feed a lot of, I got a lot of air lines, vacuum lines, I guess, that hook up to the piece that goes into this at the back of the motor. You can see it a little bit. Okay. And then I'm just going to stick my carburetor on there. Hopefully this is not in the way. I don't know what that is, passing gear or something. I'm not sure. I've got to put this on. Hopefully some things that are on my truck. You know, although it's got a 3.8 liter V6 in it right now. I'm hoping some of this stuff will adapt, like linkages and junk like that. I hope this 1-inch spacer plate's not too high. It's already kind of a high intake that I didn't want to use, but they said it would work. I just wouldn't have as much, you know, maybe not quite as much takeoff speed or something. So, because it's already kind of higher than what I need for a stock setup. And then, of course, I've got this 1-inch spacer plate. I don't know, maybe they make them in a 1/2 inch or something. I don't know, but or 3/4 inch or something to help out. But as long as my linkages can still hook up, because that carburetor is kind of high. So I'm kind of worried about that. And I got a few little odds and ends. Got to put a cap on. This right here broke off. That didn't help. And so I've got a few things I just got to hook up here and there, and I got to figure out how it's kind of, you know, how it's wired, I guess you could say. Figure out how everything goes. Now I'm going to let the mechanic have at it. I'm also going to put on, if I can, my alternator and power steering pump. And I got like a pulley for the crank for the belts to ride on. I got a few little odds and ends, but it's more the outside, not really the inside or anything. And I may go ahead and mark my push rods while I got my valve covers just temporarily on. And that way maybe I can get the mechanic to look just to make sure all my lifters are spinning, you know, one way or the other. Oh, I might even put the distributor in also. And yeah, like a couple pulleys there on the crank for the belts. And yeah, definitely got to get some stuff off this other intake. They're stuck pretty fast. I think I'm going to get an impact wrench on them and get them busted loose. I got them to move a little. I'm just going to let an impact wrench go to work. I've got the sockets that fit on it, so all somebody's got to do, my brother or somebody, to get an impact wrench on there and just break them loose. It'll be easy for impact wrench. And I've got some hoses coming today. Also got a 33-inch radiator, and I don't know if it's going to fit. It may, I don't know, the frame of my F100. You know, there's more options than one. There's like 27-inch and 33-inch. And I'm like, well, according to the applications, it says they'll both fit. So probably have to do some jerry rigging or something. And of course, there's also a gasket goes underneath this. Got a little bit of a gash right there. I don't know if you can see it, but it's kind of a weird spot. And it may not leak towards the back, but up here, right in here, that's horrible. Well, putting the carburetor on, but you remember I got some bad gashes right here, right there, right here. It's not too clean. I mean, it's not too smooth looking, I guess is the right word. So I'm going to compensate by putting a little bit of this old gasket material. I called to make sure it was legit to do this, you know. He said, yeah, go right ahead, go for it. That covers up that big gash. That's all I'm going to do for it right there. This is what I got. It's going to be like this. And this is going to be under the carburetor. And I'm not going to put anything between it. But I've got another gasket to go on the bottom. I'm going to let that tack up a few minutes. Here. Got to go down evenly. There we are. And this piece will go like so. I'm going to clean underneath with some brake parts cleaner. Make sure everything's good. It's not bad at all. 1406 model carburetor, and it bolts up just like that. I had longer studs for this, but these will be fine. They're long enough because they're taking advantage of all the thread that's in other words, they're going all the way through to the very last. Even though the studs are shorter, the threads are going to go through, so I'm good. If I'd used a 2-incher one, I'd have had to use my other studs, which is no problem. I got them. So, well, couldn't find the torque. I mean, I'm sure I could have Googled it and found it. But I'll go ahead and just use a wrench and tighten them up. It's a 1/2 inch or 13. This is a 13mm wrench, which get the job done, you know. I'm kind of going crisscross, I guess. You know, from one side to the other. Kind of just going by feel, I guess you could say. Not going to go super tight. It's just aluminum, so. Oh, don't know if you can tell, but I went ahead and used a black marker, marked on the push rods, you know, to make sure. I put them just on top, a little bit hard to see, but you can see it a little bit. Yeah, that's the, I just used a black Sharpie pen, and I'm going to leave it up to the mechanic that's going to put the motor in my vehicle, because I don't have access to anything that I could use to do that myself. I don't have a flat spot, really. I could borrow somebody's garage, I don't know, hadn't looked into it. But as of right now, I've got a mechanic going to do it. And he's got my truck, and he's been holding it for over a year now. So, that ought to be plenty right there. It looks like it doesn't go all the way down in. You know, I got a lot of air lines come off of this. And, you know, it's on the intake as well as the factory intake, so I'm sure this is important for the airlines, obviously. And there was a bunch of airlines that were hooked to these little thingamabobs right here. the exact position where they need to be, I do not know that. But I do know that it hooks to the intake. So I will go ahead and get that on. And then use the socks to kind of tighten it down a little bit more. And I think it's about where it wants to go anyway. You don't want to overstress aluminum too bad. That's for sure. I may put just a little bit of a harder turn on it to get it to, you know, make sure it's in there good, but I'm sure it already is. Oh yeah, they wouldn't do much more moving. I don't want to go crazy with it, for sure. I'm sure it ain't going to leak right now. And it's aluminum, so I'm a little afraid. Airlines, some probably go to the back, maybe for the transmission or something. Maybe, I don't know. I'm gonna stop it right here. That's where I'm gonna stop it. You got some big old airlines going different areas. I hope that's good. If not, I could probably move it a little later, possibly. Well, this is where this went, and it's like pipe thread. So I boogered it up a little bit with my vice grips, but I can still get it on there. But I've got this, and then I've got a 3/8 is going to go on top of this. This is kind of like what I'm going to have. So it'll be a little bit different, but I'm still going to be able to use my hose, I guess, where it goes to the heater. And I might could run something off of that. I don't know. Like a bushing that goes down to like maybe a 3/8 or something, and use that. I hadn't decided yet. I ain't decided yet, but I like the idea of having a sensor in it, so I may go that route. So, but it's got to be this on this end. This end's what it's needed, and then be able to bush, and it goes down to this size on this side. So I'm not done yet, but I'm working on it. Supposedly this is better than using Teflon tape. Well, I got that on there about as high as it's going to go. That didn't go all the way down to the bottom, but that should be good enough for that. Now, I have to put this on this way. And I have to. Otherwise, I won't be able to use the side hose for the, I don't know, the heater, I guess. The heater core maybe or something. So, I'm in the process working it out. Well, I don't want to discriminate too much, like which side gets more, you know, I want to center it, in other words. You know, the threads. Like one side doesn't get more than the other, really, per se. So, I use a Sharpie pen to put a mark through it. And here I've got my sealer again. So that's kind of what we got there. You know, even if the thread pattern's boogered a little bit, you can still get things to tighten up on it. I tried to get this out, and I managed to get something tight on it. Not good on the threads at all, of course. It's in there. That's good right there. Well, I went from this, the sensor would go up top, and I couldn't break that loose, so I ended up, if you can't beat it, join it. So I couldn't get it out, so I ended up using an adapter, and then now I've got a 3/8 fitting here. The sensor's going to still go up top, but it's going to be on here instead of on this. And I'm going to toss this, and my heater hose is going to hook to this. And, for the heater core, I guess, and all that stuff. And so my sensor will still go up top just like it did on this. But the hose is going to have to clamp to those threads and clamp down with a good hose clamp there, and it shouldn't come off. That's my goal anyway. So that's what I got. So now I can toss this because I don't need it anymore. That way I've still got my temperature sensor, my coolant temperature sensor, and all that good stuff where it needs to be. We can go in like this, and I'm going to use a pair of pliers to get it down as far as I can get it before I call it good. Now I'm going to get some on these threads. This is actually preferred over Teflon tape, believe it or not. Take it around until it don't want to go no more. Getting pretty tight. I don't know if I want to go much further than that. That'll work right there. It ain't gonna leak. That ain't gonna leak. And we're gonna leave it like that. And my sending unit goes up here, up top. Well, this comes with a little Teflon. This comes with a little Teflon tape on it already. But let me go ahead and see if I can't get a little bit of. Yep, that'll work. And just kind of smoothing it around in there. Yeah, pretty good enough. There's my coolant temperature sensor. Probably don't even have to be super tight. This don't probably have to be too far in there either. Just far enough, I guess. That's pretty good. I'm going to get it going about sideways. This appears tight enough. Tight enough. Okay. Everything is together. All is good. Time to move on to something else. Now here's another sending unit there. That may be another temperature sending unit. That's coolant too, so I don't know. Maybe it had two coolant temperature sending units on it. I know it had this one. And so, well, that may be another one. I don't know. I know I can stick a little cap on that. This looks like it went to something. Is this like the PCV valve? That's got to be what it was. There it goes right up under here, somewhere in there. That's where it goes. All I can really do now is like put on the bottom pulley for the crank and stuff like that. Maybe see if I can get my alternator on. It'd be great to even get my power steering pump on. But I'm also looking at like chances are good I don't have all the right brackets is what I'm getting at. But harmonic balancer pulley, I'll put that on, and maybe the alternator bracket. That's what I'm hoping for, or the alternator, I mean. That would be great. I definitely got spark plug wires to put on it. I'm going to do what I can while I can, and then call them to come get it and put it in. I'm probably going to have to get another flywheel, a 28, depending on the transmission, but I'm pretty sure, even without looking, I don't even know what kind of transmission I got, but you can tell by looking at the pan from underneath. And there's some that will bolt right up to the small block 351 Windsor. I've got my fingers crossed. So it'd be great if I didn't even have to get a flywheel, but I know it's got to be a 28 ounce flywheel. Whether it's 157 or 164 teeth, I don't know. But then I got to get a starter to match that. You know, you don't want a starter with different teeth grinding up against a flywheel with different sized teeth or anything weird like that, you know. I got a radiator, a 33 inch. I don't know, it may be too big to fit. I don't know. 27 inch. I said 27 inch or 33 inch. I'm supposed to have one of the two. I assume 33 inch. The foot pounds for these is like 35 to 50. So I'm just gonna snug them up. There's my crankshaft pulley. It's kind of loose. Probably gonna go one here, one there, one there, one there. I'll get it across a little bit. But it's going to 35 to 50, and I'm going to go 50, of course. It didn't turn the motor over, thank goodness. There it goes. There's 50. And I'll do the other two, of course, and we'll be set. Probably going to put my spark plugs in and my distributor, my spark plug wires, and I'll do that a little bit later. Well, I got what's called prevailing torque nuts, and I'm not going to put them on tight, but I'm going to put them on, you know, he's going to have to make adjustments. Somebody that's good at shimming and has tools, cutting, and I got the shims. I'll give him all the shims that I have. You know, stuff like these and everything. Maybe he can cut them down. I got some that are shorter, like about this long. And I was letting him have all those and see what he can do with them. I guess they're like shims. I don't know if they come factory or not. Probably not. I don't know. Yeah, prevailing torque nuts, the further you go down, the tighter it gets, but that's on purpose. And it's kind of weird. Put a little RTV silicone here on the valve cover side and cork on the other. That way the mechanic can look and make sure my lifters are spinning. You know, I put a mark on my push rods, and I want him to be able to see all that. I'm definitely not going to put a lot. We'll put enough to get the job done, of course. My goal is to have it on the quart side only, or the valve cover side only, so that the mechanic can take it off easy, maybe even put it back on, you know. Or even if it does come off a little bit roughly, it should come off where I'm hoping where the gas heat should still be used. That's my goal. The stuff dries pretty quick. You don't have a whole lot of time to work with it, I've noticed. Oh, everything just matches up pretty good. pretty good. They're lining up fairly good. Some of these valve cover bolts have little tabs on the ends. I don't know if that's for maybe spark plug hook things to kind of like run along the side of the valve covers or something. Could be. I'm gonna think about it. They got a little lip up here that kind of helps the valve covers kind of hook to them a little bit, I've noticed. They put one in a corner here that ought to help line things up a little bit. I'm sure this is not the exact size, but it's a 12, and I'll use them to kind of snug them up. And I'm sure it's not very hard torque anyway. 3 to 5 foot-pounds. I think I can handle that. Well, I think I'm at 10. I'll do this one and do the far off side on the other side. Maybe not. Might be better off just snugging it and calling it good. Let me go to 8. Here, it should be 8. Let's put it that way. I'm just going to snug them up. I'm at 5.5 according to my torque wrench, but there it goes. Yep. There it snapped. Okay. You can barely hear it. That's as good and tight as 5.5 will get you, which is a ½ pound over what it's supposed to be, you know, at max. Well, not sure how good my footage was, but 5.5 foot-pounds on the valve cover bolts, and the RTV silicone is just on the valve cover side. Hopefully he can check my lifters, just take my valve cover bolts off and make sure my lifters are spinning. That's what I'm hoping for. Looking at this, my spark plugs come out to .040 is what the gap is on them, and it says it can work effectively if the engine has been modified or uses an older ignition. My ignition's not going to be old, but it's going to be, you know, distributor cap. So not sure exactly what that means, but I'm going to stick with the standard .044, .045 inches on my spark plug gaps. Well, I got some fogginess going on. I think I need to do some cleaning. Okay, so here we are. Okay, I want to go to .45, and I'm a little over 040. Well, I'm almost at 045. Should be there now. Oh yeah. Well, good enough. Between 044 and 045. It's kind of a tight fit though. Yeah. If anything, I'm a little bit wider now. Well, that's perfect right there. Yeah, 045 is what it's at. 045. I'm sticking with that. Good enough for me. Okay, the torque for the spark plugs supposed to be between 18 and 25. And I'm going to go ahead and go 25. So my plug's been gapped. And now I'm torquing them to 25 foot-pounds. Okay, now what I'm going to do is put my finger over the number 1 spark plug hole for the number 1 piston. And I'm supposed to be able to feel if there's air in there. I got some long fingernails, unfortunately. There we are. Basically just starting on it. Yeah, about right there. Okay. Okay, we're on the number 1 compression stroke because it pushed my pinky out. Okay, on my compression stroke, I'm going to look at my harmonic balancer and stop at about, says between 10 to 14 degrees before top dead center is what it's saying. I've heard of people going as high as 30, so I don't know. Depends on probably your cam or something. But I know I've got some timing built into the cam, but as far as the timing gears, you know, it's just dot to dot. But we're going 10 to 14 degrees. Let's see, it's 15. Let's see, that's 30, 28, 26, 25. Ugh. 30, let's see, 28, 26, 24, 22, 20. Now, looking right here at the pointer, I'm at 20, 18, 16, 14. Close enough. You can see it barely. Bad lighting, but you can see it. See the timing pointer? Those are 2 degree increments from 20, 20, 18, 16, 14, maybe slightly less advanced than 14. I may put it back on 14. Hold on. It's just very little bit of nudge in there. There we are. Close enough. There we are. That's kind of the maximum degree for standard protocol for a 10 to 14 degree standard. It's at 14. It may not look it from your angle, but it is. And so 14 degrees is what I have right there. And that's what we're going with. Let's see, yeah, it's 20, 18, 16, 14. Yeah, some maybe slightly too much, but we're there. 14 degrees on the harmonic balancer, just in case I didn't press the start button. I've been doing that a lot lately. But you can see it. You have to, lighting is not super good, but it's in front of this part right here. That's set to 14, and that's the maximum for just like standard protocol, so I'm good with that. Now we're going to install the distributor. Well, Google kind of says for the vacuum canister part to be kind of facing the passenger side. So I'm thinking about like this. That works for me. And then this will be the #1 piston kind of facing in that direction. That works for me. I'm not going to get too complicated with it. Put a little lube on here. That works for me. Yeah, about like this. Works for me. Oh, that little canister looks like it might, I don't know. It'll have to be out like we're right here, like this. Okay. Because my intake's in the way. Ugh. Come on, come on, come on. Trying to get it. Oh. That right there is as good as it's going to get. Okay. Now I think you're supposed to like turn the crank and it'll drop into place. Well, you can see the rubber seal that kind of like goes on it right there. It's not all the way down. It's not seated all the way. But it will be. It's wanting to go. This is my old one. And what I did was, this is my old one. What I did is I saved my shaft. So here's my shaft from my old one. And voila. So it's definitely not the distributor. Let's see how deep it goes. I don't know if it matters how deep it goes, but it should be the same. Let me see. Hate to put it in here and it go a country mile. Okay. About right to there. About right to there. I'll put my finger there and see what the other one stops at. That would be a bad thing to have. The distributor, the shaft seat's too high. That seat's about the same. So that's not it. It's just everything's got to line up. The gears and the distributor shaft, which is two things that have to mesh up. And that's what it is. I guess I gotta move the oil pump drive shaft itself. Sometimes it'll help a little bit. And that's what they're saying to do, so pull this bad boy back out again. So I got this in here. Just moving a little bit. Good thing the oil pump turns over like super easy. Eventually it might go. What we're hoping for. Oh my goodness. I got it. Finally. And good enough of a spot. That's about as good as it can get. I hold the distributor cap in place. And it looks like about a ½ inch. I'm going to snug it. If they want to loosen it, well, I'll tighten it just a little so it don't fall out, you know. This where number 1 is where the, well, it's like right here. I may go ahead and mark that with a marker, just for the heck of it, so I don't forget, and I've got a good reference of where number 1 is. Kind of lines up with the electrode right there a little bit. But you can see the black mark I made with my marker. So that's the number 1 right there. Now this, we got to snap this back in. There we are. It's in. I gotta figure out. I had trouble getting this thing to go right for me before. Not sure what was going on with it. I had problems getting it to seat the way I wanted it to. I believe that's good. I guess it's got a good tight fit. And that's probably on purpose. Okay, it goes there. There it goes. Oh, yes. 2 down, 2 go. In. All right, one more. Thank God everything's worked out so far. I'm starting to question my rotor. You know, like, what's it for? All that stuff. So we're good. It's locked in there. Now if he wants to turn it, he can do it right here. Just have to loosen that bolt, you know. It's kind of a bummer. It's kind of close there. Let's see. I don't know if I can move it over one more plug or not. Probably not. I just don't like the fact it's so close to the water. But maybe I can lay something under there or something. I don't know. Some kind of gap or something. That just don't look good like that. I might let him worry about it. He might even want to re-stab it and everything else. But I got the number one plug is right here. It's this one right here. So I'm going to go ahead and start making some plug wires. Then put a radiator hose on, and I'm done with what I'm capable of doing. And he's going to be the one shimming up all the pulleys and everything, because I don't have the means really. You know, got to cut things or whatever you got to do or stuff like that. You may have to reorder some other aftermarket parts, which I'm fine with. Well, I noticed this says tack and battery on it, which definitely want to run it straight from the battery. That'll come cool. It looks like the option for a tachometer too, which I'm not going to need. Well, I guess RPMs kind of help sometimes. I don't know. But as long as I got straight from the battery, we don't have to go through all that other junk, then I'm good with it. You know, like those little boxes that go bad on the Fords all the time. Well, when installing my wires, I'm wondering which one would be better. These are thicker. They go on too easy. I think these are made for the other ones, you know, that got the, you know, you got female, male parts. I forget what you call it. My universal spark plug wire kit comes to both sides. Obviously, this is for the other type of distributor, you know, that's got the big things coned all the way up. I think this is for this type, so you just pop them on like that. Yeah, that's what, okay. Just want to make sure these are what I'm using, not these. These are for the other kind, you know, that got the big sleeve that comes up. And although those have a sleeve, you see they're kind of a little bit narrow. It's almost like you could use both. But these will definitely work, so that's what I'm going to use. Okay, what I got here is my headers. I hope I'm in the frame. But it's weird on these headers, there's like an elongated hole on the rear. Not sure why, but there's an elongated hole right here on the header gasket as well, or on the header as well. Not only on the gasket, but on the header. So I've got my header bolts, and I don't think it'll matter. These headers, they're more like round ports, and on my motor they're square. They're kind of like rectangular instead of rounded like this. They're more rectangular. So bumblebees keep bugging me. So what I'm thinking is, so I can route my plug wires. I don't think it matters whether the headers are round ports or not, as long as the gasket seals, which it will seal. So I'm gonna start these bad boys. That way I've got a better idea. How long to make my spark plug wires, and all that other good stuff. Gasket's lopsided in.
Make sure they fit first. They should. And they do. Kind of close to the plug wires, but can't do nothing about that. There's some brake parts cleaner up in them holes. Maybe they're a little bit gunked up. That's possible. There we are. Yeah, the gasket's a little bent somehow. It's making life miserable for me right now. Making life miserable. You would think off the motor out of the truck it'd be a lot easier, but still a pain in the butt. Well, I ended up using some super strength spray adhesive to get my gasket to stay on there because it was bent. Plus, it's probably just a lot easier. The other side's up in the air a little bit. This is, you know how my motor tilts a little bit? The linkages in the back, you know, that hold the motor, bent a little when I was flipping it over. But now, I figured since I was doing a test fit, I might as well put them on and save my mechanic a little bit of time and save me a little bit of money too, because they ain't too fun to put on, I'll tell you that. But I'm sure it's on there pretty good now. Well, kinda. It's trying. Still wanting to warp and bend. Probably can't see it too good. Try to get you over there. He's hitting good right there. Pretty good. Yeah, good enough. I mean, if I'm going to go ahead and put them on for a test fit, as hard as they can, go ahead and just put them bad boys on, you know. That's kind of the way I've been thinking. The first one should be easy, kind of, I think. Yeah. It ain't been very fun. It ain't been very easy either, to be honest with you. Okay. Take it, Bob. Okay, it's on. I just don't want to tear up my spark plugs, you know. Well, there might be an easier method than what I know as far as getting these bad boys to start. I don't know. It gets tight too the further you go down in it. I'm not sure, maybe they, I hope I can get it. See, right now it's back's resting on the spark plugs. I don't want that for sure. Okay. See, the motor's tilted down. It makes my job a little harder. The other side's going to be easier because it's up more. Still, gasket's trying to move on me. Needs to come down now. Okay. Might need to use a wrench for this other one. They're just tight. You can't hardly get to them. And I know you probably can't see me either very good. That about a wheel. I think I got it. Yeah. You can always tell that good old feeling when they grab, you know. And hopefully the other ones are pretty close. Got run out of space on this side. I'm gonna go ahead and start this bad boy up and get it kind of tight. Keep everything kind of lined up. There we are. Woo. Good, the motor's upside down, that's not help. I think 2 holes would be good enough, but you'd be surprised the holes get out of whack somehow. The gasket does. Like the gaskets are always a little bit off or something. It's very, very, very annoying. I mean, I run that when the intakes, valve covers, everything. It's like the gaskets are just a little bit off. They're not directly on the holes. You know, it's kind of weird. I just thought it's kind of strange myself. And then, as a result, all these other holes are kind of, plus I can't see because I think the motor's up as far as it'll go. The motor's crooked because of those things in the back. Should be able to start this one too, I would hope. So you can't even really get your fingers on them. They're so close to the headers, you can't get your fingers on them. It's just really, no wonder people don't like headers that much. It's a pain in the butt to work on, you know. Pain in the butt to work. And for obviously good reasons why, you can tell. It won't even come off the thing. Oh, shit. It ain't no fun to deal with. They're not too fun to deal with. But it's also why I'm putting them on now. The header's got to be popped up a little bit somehow. If that helped. So I've been getting a bite of the threads, but not really good. I might even have stripped a couple of threads because it's so hard to get at everything, you know. Yeah. One to go, see. Need more extension, I'm too close. You've heard the old saying, knuckle busters? This is it.
Sure enough, as soon as you know it, I'm going to be needing different size ratchet or wrench or something. So I'm trying to keep everything close to me. You know, as close as humanly possible. So I don't have to keep getting up. You know. Okay. I lost track where I was trying to put this bolt. I think I was trying to put it in this one right here. I figured you got one lined up, go ahead and go to the next one. It should be close, not far behind when I'm hoping. Yeah, the gasket ain't lining up. So, I'm going to help it out again. Okay, is it going? Okay. Okay. Just more trouble. I got an idea. Probably not a very good one. Could be. Try to lift that up. Try to lift that up and tighten this son of a bitch up all the way where it won't slip. I don't know. It's on there. Okay, it's on there. Okay. Now, I torqued it kind of like up high. So I'm hoping gravity might help me on getting these other ones, you know, back in. We're fixing to find out if it's a good plan or a stupid plan. Probably stupid. I'm sure of it. But the mechanic's gonna be happy because I'm doing it so he ain't gotta mess with it. All he's gotta worry about is simple stuff like putting my motor in. Well, I tell you what, for these headers to be on, there's sure a lot of wiggle room for these things. And it ain't no fun. See, that ain't working. Looks like I gotta come forwards a little bit. Okay. So I gotta break this loose again. Now let me use this screwdriver again and not only go up but kind of back a little bit. Yeah, like that. Okay. Well. The hole's pretty well straight on. As long as I can get that hole started, I'm tickled to death. You know. Oh God. There we go. Look at that. Oh yeah. There's too much wiggle room on the headers. Too much wiggle room. I'd love it if you just, you know, no play. But see, some of them are more slot-like, some of the holes. And that's actually part of the trouble and not part of the remedy, if you know what I mean. Part of the trouble, not the remedy. I don't know what the torque is, but I'm going to get them down. I think they're pretty close. There again, I'm a little nervous about trying to tighten it up right away, so let's try another one, hope for the best. We got two, so we're definitely off in the right direction, you know what I mean? So, let's see, if this goes, we're in good shape. And I'm a little hopeful. It tried. God, it tried. See, everything's misaligned. On a gasket, it's not so bad. It's bad enough on a gasket. But so you're gonna loosen it? Well, they're already loose. Okay. They are loose. Okay. So I should be able to pry up, like on this one. I should be able to pry up. I should be able to, at least on this one, maybe. Make sure that is. Make sure that one's loose. Okay. Okay, that's loose. A little bit loose. Loose but started. You know. That one's definitely loose but started. Okay. This one's definitely loose but started. Yeah. And we need that so we can move this sucker. Get these bolts on. The other side will be a lot easier. It's kind of up in the air. I can look at it better, if you know what I mean. I can see everything. It'll be a lot better. These slotted holes are good for like lifting the headers a little bit, so you have access to the hole a lot better, and that always comes in handy. Start. The regular exhaust manifold gaskets are a breeze compared to this.
I might even think about putting a little bit of there it goes, it started. Wow, look at that. Here's another one that started. I'm not going to tighten it all the way down. Anything I can do that's less than mechanics going to charge me for. And if I had the power to do it, you know, I'll do it. You know, if I'm able. So, kind of what we got going on here. Oh. Well, it's got 4 in, so you would think, you know, it's going to be fairly, the rest of them should just slide right in. I'm hoping anyway. Piece of cake. That was just like easy, man. Just easy. No, that may be boogered. I think I boogered it up or something. Oh, is it going? Oh. Yes. Oh, no, it ain't. I boogered it up. These headers are so hard to put on. You're stripping bolt holes out and everything. It's just aggravating. Good God, man. Because they won't start. Causing me to strip out the bolt holes. Really aggravating. Nobody likes stripped out bolt holes, especially me. So I'm going to put a little bit of lubricant in there, see if that helps. Can't hurt. Cannot hurt. I'm still in focus. I'm still in focus, probably in the way most of the time. And I'm sure of it. Those gaskets are not working. They, I don't know what's wrong with them. I believe that one's trashed. There's more where that comes from.
Got that one started. I don't know how. The lubricant helps. That's for sure. My goodness. That wants to do everything. It just wants to. I have to hold it to keep from backing out when I'm trying to screw it in. That's how much that lubricant helps. Wow. Okay. Only got two left on this side, but you get the idea. Yeah, that one, yeah, it's rounded off or something. It ain't going. Yeah. I got it. Wow. I don't even know how, but I did. My goodness. It went. And I sure as heck ain't taking that bad boy back out. That's for sure. I figure the odds are slim that I even got it started. Okay. Well, I got two more on this side and I am good to go. Here, using a ratchet may have to shine because I don't see me getting much of anything else on there, to be honest with you. Please tell me your right size for this. Yeah. We darn, I got this one. Maybe not. I just think I did. Can't really get in there and do anything. You can't tell what's going on. That's gone. Whew. That one wasn't fun. Okay. I can't even get nothing on it. It's right up against the header. You can't get. All you can get is a little. Might be able to get up underneath. And let me think. Maybe better, at least easier. Could be. And that.
They didn't make it to be easy, that's for sure. Yeah, probably not even made in the U.S., I wouldn't doubt it. Well, I got started. Might not be able to get a socket or anything on it. It's that tight. Whew. But by George. It's going. Had to use a little help from adhesive and everything else. Get that bad boy to go. But let's pray I don't have these things leaking. Boy, it'd be. Something happens and they ever get an exhaust leak, exhaust manifold leak here, or the header leak. Oh my God. Having to change this thing out. That would be rough. Well, it's going. Slow going. The only thing I can get on this thing is a wrench, and not a kind that you can spin around. Just it has to be open toothed, like this one. So that's horrible, but that's the truth. I'm getting it. And I'm curious about the torque specs. I use torque specs on whatever I can on this, but some of them I don't think I'll be able to get to. Probably been easier with the plugs out, but my goodness. I hate to have to keep taking my plugs out. That'd be the third time taking them out. Okay. Alrighty. And guess what? Nothing on there. Probably safe to say I can tighten up now, but can you do the other header? Do the other header the same way I done that one? If you even saw me do it, I hope you did. I'm sure I was in the way for a lot of it, but you get the idea. Get them bad boys on somehow, some way. It's even hard to do with fingers. Well, exhaust manifold bolts are 18 to 24. I got this set at 24 foot-pounds. So that's the way I'm going to roll. There's that. As long as I can get the socket on it. I'm good enough, I guess. For 24 foot-pounds, I'm good enough. Let's put it that way. Okay. Headers are tight, and even this ain't even small stuff. So that's weird. I think I already set this one. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, maybe I didn't. There it goes. Sometimes stuff just it wants to keep moving. Look at that. Okay. I already got this one. Let me double check it. No, maybe not.
Okay. See this one? Okay, there we go. 24 foot-pounds. Well, this one's tight. It's got to go on a little bit more. And I don't know what's wrong with it. I might have cross-threaded a little or something. I don't know. So I'm just going to bottom it out and call it good. Make sure I'm still on 24 foot-pounds. And I need a swivel for some of these. If it ain't one thing, it's another, I'll tell you. Sure, I'm still, whoa, still went up. I'm paying attention. Okay. Or you get some kind of swivel for those. Oh, come on now. Well, I might have to guess on some of these, which is all right with me. Tighten them bad boys up and be done with it. But if you can get a bolt on it, 24 is what it is. 24 foot-pounds. 18 to 24, which is not, I mean, you're not breaking anything at that, you know, with that, so. It's nice and snug on everything. And call it good. It's strange. There you go. But you do the other side the same way. Torquing bad boys down to 24 foot-pounds max. 18 to 24. Took me a while. Got it. Ended up getting the doggone wrench on it. It's just tight. Oh, that was quick. $18 to $24 on your header bolts or your exhaust bolts. I guess however you want to look at it. Well, in hindsight, never use Chinese aftermarket headers. Once China gets into the aftermarket stuff, the distributor's Chinese, it may not work very well for me. The headers, they're probably Chinese or something. I don't think they've ever been used. They're too hard to put on. The bolt holes aren't completely aligned up. They're a little bit off. Can't get all the bolts in. I broke one bolt head off. All happened because I tried to put the headers on. In fact, I still got my exhaust manifold. My exhaust manifold. I still got them. Still got my exhaust manifolds in case I got to put them back on and the header's got to come off. Because I don't know anything about these headers, how wide they're spaced. They may be spaced too wide. As far as the bracket assembly, I know it's wrong. I mean, who bolts the alternator? See the bottom bolt from the rear. It lines up with the number one, with the furthest pulley out. But I need to try to get in, like maybe to like the last pulley. That would be great. I'm having problems with the water pump pulley not fitting. When you get with aftermarket stuff, all that comes in. It's some of the stuff's going to have to be shimmed. Harmonic bouncer had parts on it, like little sleeves. I don't know nothing about it. When I bought the harmonic bouncer, you know, it's aftermarket and it's bought it from Summit, so it's probably a good one. So I'm going to let the mechanic worry about that. But I may even let him keep it on the stand. I kind of want to get it flushed and stuff like that. I'm going to go ahead and put the plug wires on. Now that I got the headers on, I definitely don't want to take them off unless I have to. But I'm going to, with the headers on, so you know better how you're going to put your spark plugs and everything. Or spark plug wires, I should say. And that's kind of all I got right now. I got the aftermarket. I got my old power steering pump back on. It may be on wrong too. They're just going to do some work. If they can get the pulleys lined up, I don't even care what it looks like as long as it fits. My original fan, one of these old 5-blade things, you know, for the 351 Windsor. But unfortunately, I put the wrong studs, and like a fool, I used red Loctite on them because they had a little play in them. They're metric. Metric, you know, sometimes has more play than standard. I don't want to back out, so I said, oh heck, I better put some red Loctite on there to keep those studs from coming out. And now, even if I wanted to use this, I don't think I can. Because you definitely can't get nuts around these things right here. But, yeah, see, you gotta have long bolts, and I didn't have none of those. I do got the fan if I have to, but I'd rather have like a little 7-blade clutch fan that come out of the 302s, some of the 302s. If it'll work for this big old motor to have one of those, I'd be tickled to death. Because I do got a high volume water pump and a 2-core radiator that hopefully will fit. A lot of guesswork involved, probably a lot of wasted money too. But well, that's what I got so far, and I'll get back with you later. But in hindsight, never use like headers that aren't American made, because they don't care where they put the holes and how close to the pipes they are. Pipes could have been a little flatter, so I could at least get a nut or a wrench, you know, on the bolts, and it would be a million times easier. Yep, in hindsight, and always number your pistons. I have a little confusion. My pistons may not be in the right order. I hope they are, but they may not be. Things get moved around. And plus, when I turn from one way to the other and I'm not thinking about it, I can mix them up myself. So, in hindsight, always number your pistons and never use Chinese or foreign-made headers. That's what I've learned so far. Okay, I did one spark plug, kind of got the run through of number 5 because it's easy to see. And it's already cut almost enough out anyway. But I'm going to cut just a little bit more, like right in here. And some of them aren't cut at all. Well, let's see how much I got to cut off of it. Okay, I'm going to put it about right to here, and he's got room to move it this way or that way. These straights are too close to the headers. I'm going to get like some different ones a little bit later, you know, that aren't so close to the headers, you know, where the spark plugs, they're straight instead of like a 45-degree angle would have been great, or even a 90 would have been great. Let's see, okay, here's number 5 right here. So I'm going to estimate. All I got's a black marker, but it'll work. You know, I write it over the numbers here, or the letters. Okay, right there, and that's where I'm going to make my cut, right here. And it's just easier to not do it while it's on the engine. First, you got to visually inspect which one is bigger, which hole is bigger. One's for supposedly for 8.5, and the other is for a 8. I'm thinking I'm going to go with the one on the left. Looks like it might be a little bit bigger. It's what I've been using, I think. I'm thinking I may drill this out for my own convenience, because all I'm using it is for a stationary guide to make my cut on this side right here. Well, I machined it out just a little, not enough for it to really matter much or as much. You can barely see my mark there, but I used a Sharpie pen, and black on black doesn't work very well. So I'm going to go ahead and cut it about right there. I think I'm on it. There we are. Yeah, right there. And I'm just going to cut all the way through. Go ahead and use a pair of wire snips on it. Snip it through. I'll show you what we got. Well, I went ahead and cut through it. Well, I did drill out one side, and not enough to really matter a lot. Just to make it where I could get this in. You know, even if I have to do a twisting motion to get it in, you know. Okay, we're out to here. Now I just get like a straight edge razor, which I got them. My X-Acto knife. It's kind of cut down even with the top of this. You can turn it, then you cut down even again, and turn it a little bit more, and cut a little bit again, and got it. That fiber stuff on the end, that's just stuff I can get off with my little razor blade here, or a pair of scissors. Well, you can see I cut that little bit of stuff off the end with a pair of scissors. Push it down as far as it'll go, and the tool will start getting a lot of this, but you can help it out a little, like here on the end, maybe a little or something. Okay, here we got our tool, and it's this part right here that does the crimping on the end. That's kind of what we got going on right here. See how it's kind of bending them together? And that's what you want. See how it's bending it together? And I'm gonna have to get out of the I'm gonna have to do some torque on it with two hands a little, I think. Okay, right here on this end for sure. We'll let it do its little curvature thing it does. I'm pretty sure it's gonna hold, no doubt. Okay, not the best in the world. So you get the idea. And I'll show you the boot slides on like super easy. Here's your spark plug boot, and you just squeeze it on like so. Push it if you have to. Put our plug wire back on. I'm going to end up getting me a different set. These are straight on the ends, and that's literally almost touching the header. That's not good. I'm going to get another set of plug wires with a, I forget what they call it, 45-degree angle, 135, whatever they call it. But that's on there. That's simple. You'll also hear a telltale snap. When they go into place, they just snap. They let you know they're kind of locked in a little bit. So I got to get a PCV valve somehow, and probably a breather somehow for this motor. And a fan. Kind of probably a clutch fan from a 302 or something. I'd be tickled with it. Well, I've done almost all I can do in the time limit that I have.
You know, the mechanic's going to have to do his magic as far as lining up the pulleys. Hopefully I don't have to buy any more pulley systems, but you never know. Got my water pump pulley that needs to go on, and it's having a hard time fitting. So there's just a lot of odds and ends I got to get done. But I think I've done all I can do, especially in the time limit that I have.